Kakele kati baba. Obi obi angiele. Kakele kati baba. Obi 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 angiele. Ele ele kakele kati baba. Obi Papele kati baba. Obe, 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 obe. Kakele kati baba. Obe, obe, angitele. Kakele kati baba. Obe, angitele.
Excelências, senhoras e senhores, cordiais saudações. Sejam bem-vindos ao Palácio da Justiça da República de Angola para o terceiro dia da 8ª Assembleia Geral da Associação de Provedores de Justiça e Mediadores Africanos, que será acompanhado de um ciclo de palestras. Digníssima Provedora de Justiça de Angola e Presidente da Associação dos Provedores de Justiça e Mediadores Africanos, Aoma, doutora Florbela Rocha Araújo, digníssima Provedora de Justiça da República da Zâmbia e Secretária-Geral da Associação dos Provedores e Mediadores Africanos, doutora Caroline Socone, digníssima Protetora Pública da África do Sul e Presidente do Conselho de Diretores do Centro de Pesquisa de Ombudsman Africano, doutora Koleka Kaleka. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o ciclo de palestras que se segue tem como tema o papel do provedor de justiça em África. Repito, o papel do provedor de justiça em África é o tema do ciclo de palestras que se segue. E para moderar este painel, convidamos o Dr. Stefan Bass, digníssimo provedor de justiça do Botsuana. Para completar a mesa dos preletores, convidamos o Dr. Moreira Lopes, professor universitário da Faculdade de Direito da Universidade Católica de Angola. A doutora Teresa Manuela, digníssima Procuradora da República de Angola. A doutora Polizile Madonzela, ex-protetora pública da África do Sul. A doutora Koleka Kaleka, digníssima protetora pública da África do Sul. A doutora Marta Shizuma, especialista sénior em riscos de integridade do Banco Mundial. Passo a palavra ao moderador, Dr. Stefan Bass, para a condução deste painel. A vossa atenção. Eu que passo então a palavra ao moderador para a condução deste painel. Sinta-se à vontade. Este painel que terá como palestrantes Dr. Moreira Lopes, professor universitário da Faculdade de Direito da Universidade Católica de Angola, a doutora Teresa Manuela, digníssima Procuradora da República de Angola, a doutora Tulizile Madonzela, ex-protetora pública da África do Sul, a doutora Koleka Kaleka, digníssima protetora pública da África do Sul, e finalmente a doutora Marta Shizuma, especialista sénior em riscos de integridade do Banco Mundial.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, thank you. I think I have a wonderful opportunity today for being, they say moderator. I prefer to say puppet master for the morning. The lecture series for today is entitled Role of the Ombudsman in Africa. I have 3 speakers on the floor at this point. I'm going to introduce the speakers for the morning. In terms of the program, our first speaker is Professor Thuli Madonsela, former ombudsman or former public protector of the Republic of South Africa, a lady who in Africa, amongst ombuds practitioners, needs no introduction. So I'm not sure I'm going to start introducing her. But I think just to say that she's an esteemed lawyer and an esteemed teacher of the law, has been named for the year 2014 as one of the 100 most influential persons in the world, and was Forbes Africa Persons of the Year in the year 2017. She has amassed a plethora of awards, including several PhDs, honoris causa, and I think something that we forget, she was one of the leading experts in the drafting of the Constitution of South Africa. That says a lot about her, in addition, of course, to teaching constitutional law and administrative law at the University of Stellenbosch. That is the brief overview of who she is. Next to her, we have the current Public Protector of South Africa, Advocate Koleka Kaleka. She's one of those people who have an awkward situation where her surname is never ever pronounced properly, like mine. And I found that colleagues just hide behind calling her by her first name. She was the first female president of Association of State Advocates in South Africa, has served as a public prosecutor for the Gauteng region. But most importantly, I think in her job, She has consistently underscored the need to fight corruption, the need to ensure that citizens are not exposed to abusive power of the state, and to ensure protection of democracy in South Africa. I've not spoken to my two other colleagues on the floor. I need to ensure that I've got their names properly. Give me a moment. Okay, sorry for that gap. My usual facilitator, Ms. Musarwana, failed to facilitate me in this regard today. She's absolutely good at it, but this time she missed the ball. I've got Professor Moreira, the teacher of law here in Luanda. And, it's Maria Teresa Manuela, an esteemed professional in her own regard, a lawyer by profession, who has been highly involved in the protection of human rights and is Commissioner and Special Rapporteur on prisons, conditions of detention and police action in Africa, and member of the Committee on the Protection of Torture in Africa, and various other specialized agencies in the area of protection of civil liberties. That said, I'm going to call Professor Badonsela as the first speaker for our morning. Madam Professor.
Thank you, Program Director and Puppet Master, as he called you, sir. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. A special greeting to Aoma President and Provedora Justice, Madame Kobala Arua, Secretary General of Aoma, Advocate Caroline Sogoni, and Chairperson of AYOK, Advocate Kollega Galega, who is also our public protector in South Africa. Thank you, Madame Pobela Arua, for this privilege to be here and for the kind recognition yesterday. For me, it's a special privilege to be back here in Angola for 3 reasons. I was elected Secretary General of Aoma for the first time in 2010 here, and this was the year I served under the leadership of Dr. Chipilika, and I would like to express my heartfelt condolences on his passing. But we all take solace in the fact that he led with so much authority, grace, and courage, and we learned a lot from him. The second reason Angola is special to me and and again, congratulations on 50 years of independence, is this country housed us during the struggle against apartheid, and some of the Angolans fought together with our combatants against the apartheid regime and at the cost of the Angolan people. Thirdly, this country is the home of my women heroes. So, Madame Fubela, your courage reminds me of her. And this hero found so much resonance in my heart that my daughter's nickname, if you look for her in my phone, is named after her. And that is Queen Zinga. Others call her King Zinga, and others call her Princess Nzinga. In his address to the IOO conference in Durban 2000, former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, said, I quote, even the most benevolent of governments are made up of people with all the propensities for human failings. The rule of law, as we understand it, consists in the set of conventions and arrangements that ensure that it is not left to the whims of individual rulers to decide on what is good for the populace. The administrative conduct of government and authorities are subject to scrutiny of independent organs. This is an essential element of good governance that we have sought to have built into our constitutional order. An essential part of that constitutional architecture is those state institutions supporting constitutional democracy. Among those are the Public Protector, the Human Rights Commission, the Auditor General, the Independent Electoral Commission, the Commission on Gender Equality, the Constitutional Court, and others. From this, we can deduce, for the purposes of our conference, the intention to reinforce accountability in South Africa and beyond through ensuring a culture of justification. That culture of justification was affirmed by South African Constitutional Court Chief Justice Mogoeng in what we now know as the Nkandla judgment. And at the core of the culture of justification is transparency. This is something that was underscored by both the Secretary General of Aoma, Advocate Sokoni, and the President of Aoma yesterday. But justification anchored in transparency requires efficiency, because it is said that justice delayed is justice denied. And if justice is denied, democracy is at stake and the rule of law is at stake. And when it comes to transparency, I like a quote by US Justice Louis Brandeis, which is quoted in the Public Protector's report that led to the Nkandla judgment. It says, sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. But Justice Brandeis continues to say, electric light is the most efficient policeman. These metaphors are important as we talk about transparency, efficiency, and sustainability, and the role of the African Ombudsman in ensuring this. My long paper just basically argues two things: that the innovative nature of these institutions makes it easier for them to foster transparency efficiency, and sustainability in state affairs, and therefore undergirding the rule of law. But I also say that for these institutions to play an important role in fostering transparency, efficiency, and sustainability, they too have to be underpinned by transparency, efficiency, and sustainability. In the same Gandla judgment, Mukwege underscored the importance of these institutions delivering democracy through their innovative nature. And he said the following: the tentacles of poverty run far, wide, and deep in our nation. Litigation is prohibitively expensive and therefore not easily accessible, and therefore not an easily accessible constitutional option for an average citizen. For this reason, the fathers and mothers of our Constitution conceived of a way to give even to the poor and marginalized a voice and teeth that would bite corruption and abuse excruciatingly. And that is the Pub Protector. She is the embodiment of a biblical David who fights the most powerful and very well-resourced Goliath, but impropriety and corruption by government officials. So in the paper, I just talk about why transparency, efficiency, and sustainability is important in Africa, and how the absence of such has led to our continent failing the legacy of Kwame Nkrumah, who had really said that these things that Mukwege talks about need to happen for the average person to feel that democracy was worth it in this continent. So what helps these institutions to deliver? There's one thing in Africa that we really need to think about when we think about the African ombudsman institutions. And I didn't learn it here in Africa. I learned it in Curacao from the ombudsman of Bermuda, is that there's a resonance between the average person's or the average African's way of dispute resolution and an ombudsman institution. The way the courts operate, mostly based on Roman Dutch law, is something foreign to the average African person. For example, these ombudsman institutions are able to innovatively negotiate on behalf of people. We did that as Pub Protector. Two, they're able to sit eyeball to eyeball with the complainant, the person, the institution being complained against, and the Pub Protector. And in that kind of roundtable, solutions come through. For example, I'll give you an example. As Pub Protector, I would say I was the first of the Pub Protectors to have these roundtable discussions. And this is where a minister looking at an ordinary person on the other side would see that ordinary person as a person, not a number, not a subject, but just a person seeking justice. And they would look at each other's face. I remember, for example, when the director of the water board had been dismissed, bringing the Minister of Water Affairs to the table enabled a solution. But I would tell you that for me, one of the most powerful images I recall of the Pub Protector was when an old man had his business liquidated because government didn't pay him. This was a guy from Pumala. And then when we sat around the table, it was interesting. On the other side, a former premier was there as a mayor. That's like a governor in other countries, Mr. Ndaweni Mahlangu, a former director general of a department who was now a municipal manager was sitting. They had lawyers from outside, they had lawyers from inside, they had their procurement people. And this old man who could barely speak English only brought his friend, who was also an old man in semi-tattered clothes. But because the ombudsman, it doesn't matter which box you ticked for your complaint, it doesn't matter how much you understand the law, it doesn't matter how sophisticated your argument is, it is the role of the ombudsman to just understand the complaint and then box it appropriately. So we were able to reframe the conversation in a manner that leveled the playing field. And at the end of that meeting, the old man was paid. A similar one was when a lady, also her business had been liquidated, but she was going to lose her house the following day from the Eastern Cape. Sitting around the table with the DG of the Department of Education made sure that they could see the pain they had caused and they had an opportunity to say, we can reverse this, we can remedy this. And again, she was paid that same day and the house was saved the following day. I can tell stories, a soldier who wasn't paid and he lost his house, and the defense, military ombudsman, and the well, what about corruption? When it comes to corruption, one of the which tries to standardize known here what to talk about cases where we need transnational assistance. So, for example, during my term, I use these opportunities at meetings of the IOI to say, hey, in this state capture, we seem to hear that some of the assets are hiding in India, some are those illicit financial flows. How can you help us to track these matters? And colleagues would help you. Even colleagues from the US were very helpful in this regard in terms of this is how we've tackled it. So, lastly, just to say, so innovation, firstly, comes in the fact that these institutions are sui generis. In other words, the law has allowed them flexibility. For example, the Public Protector South Africa can mediate, conciliate, but also it can determine, almost like arbitration. Secondly, the Public Protector South Africa and others can recommend or direct. So in South Africa, why we had a state capture commission is because the power of the public protector we leverage was to direct government to establish that commission, hence the Zondo Commission. But as it has already been said, there's an African proverb, no, an African fable where the little girl was called to order by the mother, and the mother said, stop walking in a crooked way. And the little girl looked at the mother and said, "Mama, I'm walking like you." So the implications of this for us as an institution is we have to walk the talk on transparency, efficiency, and sustainable for our sustainability and for the sustainability of the rule of law. But one of the areas that we need to leverage more sufficiently is technology and AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I didn't have to pull the strings to get you off the stage. You were spot on in terms of time. But I think one thing that Professor Amadonsel has talked about is realizing that the government is a Goliath. I normally say a monolith that the citizen has to deal with. And that is the most difficult part. Because I've realized, it is from my part of the world, that people fear government. They fear government because it is so big, or they fear the minister or the director or whoever in government because they are so big. But always let's remember the words of our Lord Denning, where he famously said, be you so high or so low, the law is above you. And I think also one thing that I always say to people in a very cheeky sense, constitutional law talks about 3 arms of government. Shouldn't you start maybe moving constitutional law a bit more on and say we have the 4th arm of government, the oversight agencies? And there are so many that we create in our countries. As we reflect today, maybe let's look at that. And with that, I call Dr. Teresa Manuela as the next speaker. Madam, please.
Obrigada e bom dia a todos e todas. Dar o tempo bastante para colocar os fones. Pedir ajuda à área técnica para a projeção, se faz favor. Começo por agradecer à direção da Aoma, que me convidou para vir para esta grande assembleia, trocar algumas palavras com os ilustres provedores sobre o nosso trabalho na Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Portanto, estou nesta assembleia na qualidade de comissária junto da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos para partilhar algumas palavras, até porque ontem ouvi com alguma preocupação a tentativa da organização para se firmar como membro observador da União Africana. Parece-me que já tenho tela. Pediram-me para falar do fortalecimento das instituições em África, mais concretamente o papel da Provedoria de Justiça nesse aspecto. Tenho um pequeno sumário para me orientar. O programa dizia que eram 20 minutos, fiquei com 15, vou tentar em 15 minutos equilibrar-me, porque falo demais. Então, vou pedir o sumário, por gentileza. A seguir. Não tenho aqui nada para gerir a tela. Na mesa? Ok. E agora viro para onde? Para aí? Muito bem. Trago um pequeno sumário. Portanto, vou falar sobre o mandato da comissão, que por vezes tem sido uma ilustre desconhecida em vários fóruns. Vou falar um pouco das competências que pode. Para aqui é para frente, né? Vou falar um pouco das relações institucionais que foram, portanto, impostas à Comissão Africana face aos demais órgãos que tratam das questões relacionadas com direitos humanos, pouco dos desafios que temos enfrentado. Portanto, nós temos esta competência de proteção, de promoção e de interpretação da própria carta, partilhada com outros órgãos. Para onde? Carta africana. Rapidamente, eu trago aqui um monte de coisinhas, mas é para mostrar aos senhores o quanto temos estado a trabalhar nos aspectos. Portanto, o artigo 1º da Carta é sobejamente conhecido e impõe o dever ao Estado de reconhecer, portanto, os direitos, deveres e as liberdades e, ao mesmo tempo, de adotar medidas que permitam, portanto, a implementação desses direitos. O artigo 26 obriga, portanto, impõe aos Estados também a obrigação de criar instituições apropriadas para que possam, tanto promover e proteger os direitos. O artigo 30 é que cria a Comissão Africana como órgão de monitoria desta carta. E o artigo 45 cria aquelas competências que vimos antes. O número 1 ordena a cooperação com as outras instituições. Portanto, é neste item onde nós temos questões relacionadas com cooperação com todos os outros órgãos e também queremos cooperar com a Aoma. Temos várias temáticas, nem vou tratar de todas, mas especifiquei aí 3 temáticas. A primeira, que é das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial ou policiamento em África, que é aquela sobre a qual eu trabalho. Também o Comitê para a Prevenção da Tortura, onde também sou membro. E esta coisa não vai nem para frente nem para trás. Ok? Pronto, agora sim, parece que vai. E grupos de trabalho também, escolhi o grupo de trabalho sobre pena de morte e execuções, que são matérias que interferem no vosso mandato, senhores provedores. Trouxe uma imagem que é pública da Agenda 2063, onde todo e qualquer órgão da União Africana deve se alinhar e a Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos não é uma exceção. Nesta agenda, trouxe as aspirações número 3, número 4 e número 6. No ato constitutivo da União Africana, fui buscar, portanto, o artigo 3º, nas suas alíneas H e M, e onde, portanto, também a Associação do Provedores De Justiça e Mediadores de África tem os seus estatutos fundamentados na Carta Africana, por isso se alinham com todos estes instrumentos. Portanto, regem-se por bons princípios, que são os princípios de Paris, que alimentam as instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, e os princípios de Veneza, que alimentam a instituição de Ombudsman. A vossa organização, portanto, não se deve ensinar o Pai Nosso ou o Papa, mas era preciso eu colocar qualquer coisa, uma vez que vim conversar com os senhores. Então, as questões que os senhores tratam cabem também no mandato da Comissão Africana, mais concretamente algumas dessas questões no meu mandato. Até agora, ouvi abordagens acerca dos direitos econômicos, sociais e culturais. Eu vou levar os senhores para os direitos civis e políticos, que também fazem parte da Carta Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, bem como de todos os outros instrumentos a nível internacional. Aqui trago os instrumentos sobre os quais trabalhamos. Tenho aqui as diretrizes, eu tive o cuidado de deixar uma cópia destas linhas diretrizes aqui para que a organização possa ter acesso a estas diretrizes, porque elas estão nas 4 línguas de trabalho da União Africana, quais sejam árabe, inglês, francês e português. Portanto, estas linhas diretrizes estão nas 4 línguas. Os senhores podem acessar fisicamente, mas também podem fazê-lo a nível dos sites existentes. Estas linhas diretrizes trazem um conjunto de ferramentas, que é este outro livrinho que trago, que leva os senhores provedores que até assistem às prisões a melhor, portanto, a perceber a dinâmica que a Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos entende ser necessária para que as questões das prisões sejam vistas na condição, portanto, sob o prisma dos direitos humanos. Também trago as diretrizes sobre o policiamento de assembleias ou manifestações, como quisermos. Não trago o livro porque, infelizmente, já ofereci, mas também isto vai interferir no trabalho que os senhores provedores levam a cabo. Por quê? Porque estas diretrizes vão colocar-nos face ao comportamento da polícia, à ação da polícia ao lidar com manifestações. E a África é fértil em manifestações de todas as qualidades. Portanto, hoje estamos a gerir várias questões relacionadas com manifestações e gostaríamos muito que os senhores provedores de justiça também olhassem para a visão da Comissão Africana e da União Africana face à gestão dessas diretrizes. Trago como é que elas estão compostas. Também trago as diretrizes de Robben Island, que são também bastante conhecidas e acredito que os senhores também dominam, mas não podia deixar de falar sobre isto, porque elas tratam das questões fundamentais sobre pessoas privadas de liberdade e tratam dos mecanismos de supervisão externa. Este é o ponto fulcral pelo qual eu trago estas diretrizes. Por quê? Porque os senhores provedores de justiça podem perfeitamente servir como um dos mecanismos externos para a supervisão da polícia, da ação da polícia. Paro um bocadinho para falar sobre a descriminalização de pequenos delitos, que é uma ação que leva muitas pessoas para as prisões. A África tem uma matriz, que é a superpopulação prisional. E se formos ver quem são estas pessoas que estão nas prisões, vamos lidar com pessoas que estão nas prisões por pequenos delitos que poderiam ter sido resolvidas a nível social. Então, nós temos essas diretrizes, que é a outra brochura que trago, que são os princípios sobre a descriminalização de pequenos delitos, que é outra brochura nas 4 línguas e que pode ser acessada em qualquer site, seja da União Africana como da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Aqui nós temos trabalhado e queremos também trabalhar com os senhores provedores de justiça para nos ajudarem a trabalhar com a área legislativa. Ontem, infelizmente, havia muitos legisladores, portanto, a representação de legisladores na sessão de abertura. Hoje, infelizmente, não sei se temos aqui, mas temos levado a cabo esta campanha de levar ao conhecimento de legisladores, de aplicadores da lei, de todo o sistema judiciário, no sentido de dizer, atenção, vejam quem vai para a cadeia, para não corrermos o risco de criminalizar o status pessoal. Zungueiras no meu país, que também encontrei em outros países por onde tenho andado, mendigos, pessoas sem abrigo, pessoas sem emprego, são suscetíveis de irem para as prisões, parar as prisões, porque cometem pequenos delitos para a sua sobrevivência. Temos estado a sugerir aos Estados que, ao invés de superlotar o sistema penitenciário, olhemos para o lado social e resolvamos os problemas sociais que levam estas pessoas para a rua. Portanto, trago também a composição desta brochura. De seguida, porque só são 15 minutos, não sei quantos é que me restam, vou falar um pouco sobre o quadro referencial de políticas da União Africana sobre reforma do setor policial. Os senhores recebem ciclicamente queixas de polícias que, em algum momento, violaram ou são potenciais violadores dos direitos humanos, e também da lei modelo da polícia em África, que foi aprovada pelo Parlamento Pan-Africano. Esta lei modelo foi adotada exatamente para estabelecer alguma conformidade com o direito internacional e o direito regional e traz questões específicas sobre a polícia. Não vou falar sobre isto, mas apenas lembrar que nos seus anexos têm estas questões: condições de emprego dos oficiais, poder dos oficiais, assistência jurídica e mecanismo de superintendência civil externa, onde os senhores provedores também encaixam-se. Para quê? Para receber queixas, como um mecanismo independente, para receber queixas de pessoas afetadas pela ação da polícia, evitando que entrem para o sistema policial, que é um sistema fechado e onde pode haver alguma cumplicidade, passo o termo, em relação à atuação uns dos outros. Então, a União Africana está a trabalhar sobre a reforma do setor da segurança e tem elementos muito importantes que os seus provedores também podem consultar para, no exercício das vossas tarefas, poderem agregar e poderem continuar a trabalhar com as forças de defesa e segurança, não forças de defesa e segurança, mas sim as forças de segurança e ordem pública, que é o nosso âmbito de trabalho. Portanto, as forças de defesa estão fora do nosso âmbito de trabalho e este quadro político elenca várias instituições e órgãos públicos para supervisão e gestão. Temos as subcomissões parlamentares, organismos anticorrupção nos países onde esses organismos existem, o Parlamento Pan-Africano e outros órgãos, como é o Fórum da SADC, que é o nosso caso, mas também elenca instituições da Justiça e do Estado de Direito, onde os senhores provedores de justiça e as comissões de direitos humanos entram para poder controlar, monitorar, a partir do lado de fora, a ação da polícia. Chata question. Então, quais são os desafios que temos? São muitos órgãos a trabalhar sobre os mesmos aspectos. E aqui vou cingir-me apenas às questões da prisão e da atuação policial, como eu disse. Temos órgãos legislativos, órgãos do Estado, portanto estou a falar do Poder Judiciário, órgãos do Executivo, órgãos com caráter independente, onde as provedorias, as instituições nacionais de direitos humanos cabem, e os órgãos anticorrupção e órgãos da sociedade civil com quem nós temos que trabalhar diretamente. Órgãos regionais e internacionais. Constatamos, ao longo desse tempo, que há pouco domínio dos instrumentos brandos que são publicados pela União Africana e pela Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. A falta de entrosamento e sincronização de atividades. A ausência de espaço para discussões. A doutora que falou agora falou nisto. São poucos os espaços que temos para discutir questões transversais em relação às prisões e polícias. Temos ações muito separadas ou independentes e a falta de adaptação das questões, das soluções globais às nossas realidades africanas. Ontem a senhora secretária da Aoma falou sobre isto. Sim senhora, uma organização da provedoria a nível internacional, a nível geral, mas a organização da provedoria a nível de África tem que encontrar soluções locais. Thank you. E a falta de adaptação de soluções globais à realidade africana, como eu disse, estou mesmo no fim, nem preciso de fazer conclusões, apenas algumas constatações que apresento. Portanto, temos que criar espaços para discussão, ações de formação e atualização. Durante esses 2 dias que estou a participar deste fórum, estou a aprender muito sobre o trabalho das provedorias, ações coordenadas, proporcionar garantia efetiva dos direitos e liberdades, porque fazendo isto vamos diminuir a sensação de impunidade que a sociedade sente, atuar de forma assertiva, e só isto pode promover a boa governação e um Estado democrático e de direito. Só assim, senhores provedores, poderemos garantir a eficácia e o fortalecimento das instituições africanas. Trago aqui a bibliografia onde tudo isto que eu abordei aqui pode ser consultado e muito obrigada, porque direitos humanos é uma responsabilidade de todos nós.
Thank you, Dr. Manuela. She's covered what I would call the basis for oversight in Africa, particularly drawing our attention to Agenda 63. If you look at the third aspiration, it talks about the need to promote good governance, respect for the rule of law, promotion of democracy, promotion and protection of human rights and justice in Africa. That are strong institutions founded on the Paris Principles and the Venice Principles, but also founded on the need to protect human rights so as to protect impunity prevent impunity by government become necessary. Without those, we cannot have a proper protection of good governance, the rule of law, and democracy. With those, I call on Dr. Moreira.
Hoje. Bom dia a todos. Good morning. Good morning. É para mim uma honra, mais uma vez, estar aqui hoje. E estou muito agradecido pelo convite que me foi formulado. E a ideia central, e que muito me agrada e honra ao mesmo tempo, está, sobretudo, relacionada. E é um caminho que temos que fazer todos, não é? Parece ser um problema que é transversal a todos nós, quando falamos da questão do provedor de justiça. E o grande tema está ligado à ideia: o que é o provedor de justiça, primeiro. Segundo, o que é que ele pode fazer quando se discutem questões ligadas à proteção dos direitos fundamentais, à ideia de realização da justiça e à perspectiva de proteger os valores fundamentais de um Estado, de uma sociedade, onde está para a questão da legalidade, do interesse público, da constitucionalidade. E o tema é direto e prático. Que tipo de poderes ele tem, afinal de contas? E até onde ele pode ir para proteger os valores que tem que proteger? Ele tem um conjunto de responsabilidades. Mas como é que ele garante que os direitos dos particulares, dos cidadãos, sejam efetivamente protegidos? Que instâncias deve ele recorrer? Ou, se quisermos, e é uma reflexão importante, pode ser ele mesmo a tomar decisões sempre que estiver diante de violações flagrantes de direitos fundamentais, se não pode, a quem é que ele deve recorrer para o efeito? Então, questões que preocupam-nos a todos, não é? Preocupam os cidadãos, preocupam os provedores e preocupam as nações, os estados. E aqui, tendo por referência o nosso ordenamento jurídico, nosso país, trago 3 ou 4 pontos para refletirmos todos. O primeiro deles está ligado à perspectiva que muito se utiliza entre nós, eu trago sobretudo a nossa experiência, não é? A experiência de mais de 20 anos ou quase 20 anos de Provedoria de Justiça em Angola. E a primeira questão que se levanta aqui é: o Provedor de Justiça é uma entidade essencial à realização de justiça em Angola. E aqui estamos bem, é um pouco importante. E tem a natureza de entidade independente. Discutimos muito aqui qual é o alcance de ser uma entidade administrativa independente. É um órgão inserido, é uma estrutura inserida na administração, mas tem natureza independente. Isso quer dizer que, do ponto de vista prático, não tem vínculo de hierarquia com outras instituições. E o trabalho que desenvolve é feito com base na Constituição e na lei. Não há hierarquia e se quisermos usar uma expressão muito mais prática, direta e clara, não recebe ordens de outras instituições na realização das suas atribuições. Essa é a primeira nota. Entretanto, diz-se que ele atua de acordo com meios informais. E é importante discutir isso porque nós dizíamos muito, mas é meios informais, se calhar a ideia que se retira daqui é que é menos importante que os outros órgãos que atuam no mesmo domínio. Não, não é. Queremos apenas dizer, isso é um ponto importante, que a Provedoria de Justiça está no mesmo nível, aqui respeitando as particularidades de cada uma das instituições, mas está em relação às suas atribuições no mesmo nível, por exemplo, que a Inspeção Geral da Administração do Estado. E, por exemplo, dentro dos limites, como disse, repito, é importante reforçar isso, que a Procuradoria Geral da República, por exemplo, em relação à ideia da tutela da legalidade, com limitações, obviamente, mas estão no mesmo nível. E então é dizer que aqui a informalidade que se ressalta muito está muito ligada à perspectiva de quê? Da proximidade, do mecanismo a ser utilizado para reportar, para levar o problema à provedoria. Tanto é assim, que as queixas, por exemplo, não estão sujeitas a muitas formalidades, mas aqui não estão sujeitas a prazo. Em princípio, a qualquer altura, posso levantar o problema e remeter, solicitar a atuação do provedor de justiça. Agora, o direito que está por trás da queixa é uma outra discussão, mas elas, em princípio, não estão sujeitas a prazo. Mas também é um outro tema que se levanta, o tema das recomendações. O tema das recomendações. Se calhar as pessoas querem e pretendem, e é muito normal que os cidadãos levantem esse ponto, que seja a provedoria tomar decisões relativamente aos problemas que eles colocam para a sua apreciação. E o que se diz a respeito é que a provedoria recomenda. O que nós podemos ver na prática e por vários exemplos? Que essas recomendações não são só recomendações. Não são simples recomendações. Elas têm um impacto direto. E podemos dar aqui um exemplo, não falamos dele ontem, podemos trazer ele hoje aqui, que é o nosso Código de Procedimento Administrativo diz que o ato administrativo que viola um conteúdo essencial de um direito fundamental é nulo. Ele não produz nenhum efeito. E mais do que isso, não pode ser executado. Ora, imaginem que, por alguma razão, o órgão da administração viola um direito de um particular. A questão é, este ato é nulo. Mesmo que ninguém o declare, este ato é nulo. E a provedoria, no âmbito da sua atuação de defesa de direitos fundamentais, pode recomendar, diríamos, porque é um meio formal, vai recomendar que não se execute o ato por falta da sua nulidade. Mesmo que a administração não obedeça essa recomendação, a verdade é que ele não vai poder executar o ato, porque o ato, em princípio, não pode ser executado, não produz nenhum efeito, independentemente da declaração. Ou seja, mesmo que ninguém o declare, o ato por si só é nulo, não produz nenhum efeito. E esta é uma recomendação que, para ser efetivada, não precisa de atos posteriores, é automática. Então, aqui discute exatamente a questão. Não é só uma mera recomendação. Aqui é uma recomendação com o sentido de ser acatada. Sobretudo, porque o órgão da administração não resta uma outra alternativa. Ele não pode executar um ato administrativo que viola o conteúdo essencial de um direito fundamental. Isso é de facto um tema. E mais, esta questão da declaração de nulidade do ato administrativo em sede de atuação da Provedoria pode ser feita a qualquer altura. Então, aqui, o tema que se levanta nesse segundo aspecto tem a ver com a natureza das recomendações. Não são simples recomendações. Elas têm um alcance diferente, por exemplo, das simples ou recomendações formais, se quisermos. Tanto é assim que, por exemplo, dá-se à Provedoria poderes para acompanhar o cumprimento da recomendação. E, se a entidade administrativa não acatar a recomendação, ele deve apresentar uma fundamentação. Porque, por exemplo, se ele não acata a recomendação e não apresenta uma fundamentação, esta situação também pode gerar uma invalidade da atuação da administração, porque não apresentou uma fundamentação para não adotar uma recomendação da Provedoria de Justiça. Então, aqui o tema é, tá bem? Que são recomendações, mas não são simples recomendações. É um elemento importante por quê? Porque reforça a garantia e a importância e o peso do provedor ao nível do ordenamento jurídico. E neste contexto, por exemplo, diz-se que a Provedoria tem poderes. Este é o terceiro aspecto, fala-se da questão decisória, e diz, olha, está bem, ela tem poder, não tem poderes para decidir, tem poderes para decidir. Tem poderes para decidir, por exemplo, a instalação de uma queixa, a instrução. E nós, é importante aqui esclarecer o seguinte, quem instrui, regra geral, é assim, por exemplo, em direito penal, em processo penal, é assim também em direito administrativo. A entidade que instrui não pode ser. A entidade que instrui o processo não pode ser a mesma a decidir. O que se requer aqui, em termos gerais, é que ela faça o apuramento dos factos e proponha. Então, não se pode exigir que, no âmbito da instrução de processos de averiguação, por exemplo, seja a Provedoria a decidir. Agora, o que ela faz, e o faz muito bem, é recomendar e propor caminhos em face do que ela averiguou. Então, aqui é dizer, não, ela toma decisões ligadas a processos que averiguou, ela toma decisões, por exemplo, ligadas a questões de abertura ou até mesmo de indeferir, de não permitir que o processo que foi levado a si continue, ou até mesmo de arquivar. Toma decisões. Só que aqui um limite, que é a questão do tipo de decisão. Tem, portanto, a Provedoria poder decisório. Então é assim que, num terceiro aspecto, o que se diz é, avaliou e toma uma decisão a respeito do que viu. Recomenda uma solução. Mas pode, diante da gravidade dos factos e do contexto, por exemplo, remeter o processo para o Ministério Público, para as entidades administrativas, para a tomada de decisões. Aqui temos uma componente importante que é a interação entre a Provedoria e a administração. Instruir o processo. Vejo que há factos graves. Posso, sim, senhora, remeter para que as instituições competentes façam a investigação e tomem decisões. Posso remeter para o ministro para que ele tome decisões a respeito do problema que liga o seu funcionário, violou deveres, tem que ser sancionado disciplinarmente, por exemplo. Então, remeto ao ministro. Mas há depois aqui um outro aspecto que é, se isto não correr bem, que tipo de poderes eu terei? Já há aqui, para a Provedoria de Justiça, um poder para intervir judicialmente, que os juristas chamam de legitimidade ativa, que é a Provedoria poder levar problemas para os tribunais se pronunciarem, decidirem sobre o seu conteúdo. E temos vários exemplos. Um deles é Por exemplo, a questão de uma norma. Existe uma norma que viola, uma norma que prejudique os particulares. Por exemplo, uma norma, imagine uma norma que foi criada, um regulamento administrativo, por exemplo, que impede o acesso a um concurso público. Diz, olha, só acedem ao concurso público, por exemplo, os cidadãos do sexo feminino ou masculino. Aqui, desde logo, há uma violação ao princípio da igualdade. E a questão é, como é que a Provedoria pode agir diante disso? Diante da violação de um direito fundamental, de um princípio fundamental, que é o de tratamento igual. Ora, no nosso nível, ao nosso ordenamento jurídico, a Provedoria pode ir a tribunal solicitar que esta norma seja declarada ilegal com força obrigatória. Ou seja, pode requerer que esta norma desapareça do nosso ordenamento jurídico por força do quê? Da violação da Constituição ou de outras normas. Então, tem, nesse caso concreto, legitimidade para levar o problema a tribunal. Então, não nos fiquemos apenas com a ideia de que é um mero órgão. Não, não, não. Tem legitimidade de agir. E, mais do que isso, tem poderes decisórios. Se os mecanismos primários não alcançarem os efeitos desejados, a Provedoria pode ir a tribunal levar o problema e pedir que os juízes julguem o problema e, se haver mérito, haver razão, no caso concreto, a norma pode desaparecer do ordenamento jurídico e não ser aplicada, sobretudo porque ela viola direitos fundamentais dos. E isto pode, no fundo, trazer mais um aspecto que reforça o papel e a importância e o peso que tem o provedor de justiça no nosso ordenamento jurídico. Isto pode acontecer ao nível do contencioso administrativo, também pode acontecer, por exemplo, ao nível das relações do contencioso constitucional, em que o provedor também tem legitimidade para levar problemas ao Tribunal Constitucional de forma direta, sem interposição, sem intervenção de outras entidades, e pedir que o Tribunal se pronuncie sobre a constitucionalidade de normas em sede da fiscalização abstrata. E se, por exemplo, o Tribunal Constitucional achar que há, de facto, problemas, há inconformidades que devem ser corrigidas, o Tribunal declara a norma inconstitucional e ela é inaplicada, ela desaparece do nosso ordenamento jurídico. Então, por força de quê? Da atuação direta do provedor de justiça. Há depois também outros caminhos que eu chamaria um quinto ponto, se me permitirem, que tem a ver com a chamada intervenção indireta. Ali onde haver problemas, ali onde haver questões ligadas à violação de direitos, mais um minuto e já termino, obrigado, e com isso fecho, mas ali onde haver problemas, se a provedoria não tiver legitimidade ativa, por força da lei ou da Constituição, ela pode, por exemplo, recorrer ao Ministério Público para que este atue em seu nome, ou em nome deste interesse, e leve o problema às instâncias judiciais. É o que pode acontecer, por exemplo, se temos em causa de um direito difuso, um direito meta-individual, em que nada afasta a possibilidade da provedoria, por interposição, por ação do Ministério Público, levar o problema a tribunal. E ali ver o problema resolvido por atuação do Poder Judicial. Portanto, temos aqui 5 pontos importantes que nos ajudam a refletir sobre a verdadeira natureza do provedor de justiça e o papel e importância na proteção e garantia do Estado democrático e de direito. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Dr. Moreira, is an expert in public and administrative law at the University of the Catholic University of Angola. He covered several interesting things on the, if I were to say, who or what is an ombudsman in terms of relationship with other state agencies. He proposes, for instance, that maybe an ombudsman should be somebody who has the same power as a senior practitioner in the law, as the Attorney General, or even a judge of the High Court. And then he talks of the normal question. What is a recommendation? Is it just a recommendation as we know it in the English language, or it's something more intense? And then, of course, he talks about, finally, what do you do when the civil servant has done everything according to the rule book? Do you simply say, the law is the law is the law? As for me, what can I do? Or do you look for a decision that can actually alleviate the situation of the citizen? That said, ladies and gentlemen, we've had three presentations for almost 50 minutes. I'm going to ask you to do something very silly. Remember I said I'm going to be the puppet master. So I'm going to ask you to all stand up. No, listen to the instructions. They're very clear. They're very precise. You all stand up, you pull your ears, and then you stick out your tongue. Just pull out your ears and stick out your tongue. No, the tongues are not coming out. Okay, thank you. The last speaker for this first part of the session is going to be Advocate Galeka, and then we'll take a Q&A, and then a session for about 20 minutes after she speaks, and then the last batch of speakers. So the next speaker, Advocate Galeka.
Thank you very much to the puppet master. I'll use that term as well. Good morning. Are we all well? Thank you very much. Allow me to recognize the president of Aoma in her absentia, colleagues present here. My topic really is quite an interesting one and would probably get us thinking for the next session of the AGM, which is really strengthening and aligning legal frameworks to reinforce ombudsman institution. This goes to the heart of the work that we do in serving the people of our respective countries. Across our continent, the Ombudsman has become a recognized pillar of democratic governance, administrative justice, and increasingly enforcing human rights and freedoms. Citizens come to us when public services fails. In fact, we are the last hope of the citizens of our country. Yet too often, the laws also become a barrier. So the legislative framework, it's either a barrier or it's a liberator. Hence, when crafting it, it is very important to consider the fundamental principles and values that must be its foundation. In some jurisdictions, as we know as ombudsmen, there are gaps in respect of the tenure, the funding, investigative powers, protection from interference, removal of ombudsmen, the independence of ombudsmen, which these are all factors that leave institutions vulnerable precisely when they tackle sensitive matters such as corruption or systemic failures. And as we know, maladministration in its nature is an enabler of corruption. At the same time, public expectations have grown on what they expect of us as ombudsmen. Communities look unto us not only to resolve individual complaints, but to address structural injustices which impact on socioeconomic rights. When our legal frameworks are outdated or fragmented, our practice outruns our mandates, creating legal uncertainty and thus gives room for political pushback. That is why legal alignment is critical more now than ever. The more our democracies mature, particularly in Africa, the more strengthened institutions such as ours must be, particularly to ensure that we too have a contribution, probably a louder voice in the global governance system. Around us, an emerging international and African acquis has taken shape. The Venice Principles on the Protection and Promotion of Ombudsman Institutions, the Paris Principles on National Human Rights Institutions, and of course, by our very astute association, the OR Tambo minimum standards and successive UN resolutions recognizing and encouraging the work of ombudsman and mediators bodies. Together, they can describe a credible modern ombudsman institution which we should amplify and look into. Does the name matter? Whether we are ombudsmen, whether we are mediators, whether we are public protectors? I think that's a question too, which we need to answer. Why do we need an alignment in the legislative framework? This will ensure institutional design and scope. This will ensure whether our institutions are able to stand the test of time. It is the basis of the grit and resilience of our institutions. But also, it would empower the courts when there's a dispute. Legislation fundamentally determines the creation and a spectrum on ranging issues from classical models with narrowly focused mandates to hybrid models with expensive jurisdictions. Yet, since certainty is important for the characteristic of these institutions all across. The classical ombudsman model, which was established in Sweden in the 1800s, focused primarily on investigating complaints about maladministration, administrative conduct that is unfair, irregular, inefficient, and so forth. And so was its legislative framework done. We heard yesterday from Honorable Sokoni that it had binding remedial powers because at the time, that's what the material conditions were. We need to assess as Africa. Yes, Zambia, South Africa now have binding remedial powers, which have been extensively tested in South Africa. What are the material conditions in Africa, and what do they require? I want to argue here today that they require that we have both the binding powers and we must be able to make the recommendations. When there's a pushback, the ombudsman must have the teeth to bite. It must be able to enforce transformative reforms that would be able to ensure that it pushes our governments into thought leaderships. Ombudsmen must have powers which are developmental. And sometimes this needs to be enforced and not necessarily negotiated. But the ombudsman must also have powers that are for negotiation, that brings everybody together. And that is why traditionally we are the ombudsman. Regardless of institutional type, whether classical or hybrid, 4 minimum characteristics must be legislatively entrenched to preserve genuine ombudsmanship: independence, impartiality, credible investigative capacity, confidentiality, and integrity of our investigative powers. Thus, the legislation's role is dual: to specify the institutional type and remedial powers appropriate to a nation's constitutional order, and to erect unshakable legal protections around these four core characteristics, ensuring that whatever model is adopted, classical or hybrid, it remains recognizable as a genuine ombudsman institution serving the public interest and upholding the rule of law, but giving the public power and ensuring that whatever their grievances are, they are able to see remedial. Issuing reports is not enough, colleagues. The impact of our work is measured by the implementation of those recommendations and remedial actions. Now, our standards, which are encompassed in the Venice Principles, the Paris Principles, the OR Tambo, and the UN and the AU, and which I'm glad that we are making quite strides in ensuring that we push forward for the draft resolution of mediators into the AU. These principles endorse our work at an international level, but also at a continental level, which brings together our material conditions on the African soil. When crafting the OR Tambo minimum standards for effective ombudsman and institution cooperation, which I'm going to emphasize on because these resonate more with us, these standards call for constitutional recognition of our institutions, because the supreme law of our lands is the Constitution. Legislation can be changed willy-nilly, and also legislation calls for less the bar than the Constitution. And at the constitutional level, it gives a more robust guarantee of the independence, the secure of tenure, adequate resourcing, and clear mandates of powers of our institutions. They would stress that our institutions must be accessible, impartial, and accountable, and that cooperation among African ombudsmen is essential for collective strength. But also it gives Parliament, rather than the executive, the power of oversight over ombudsmen. Then at least it curtails the abuse of power of the executive, towards which our remedial actions and recommendations are mostly directed at. The UN General Assembly resolution have recognized ombudsman and mediator institutions as key to promoting the rule of law and human rights, and have urged states to establish, protect, and strengthen them in line with international standards. Taken together, these frameworks do not impose a single model. They offer a set of core principles, which is independence, effectiveness, accessibility, accountability, and sufficient resources. Because resources speak to independence. If you must beg for money to do your work, where is the independence? Now, these collectively can be adapted to our diverse legal and political context. The task before us is to translate these principles into a concrete clause or clauses of our constitution and statutes. Complementing these international and continental frameworks, Aoma's member states are being asked to champion a groundbreaking African Union resolution on the role of the ombudsman, which will assist in African states to inculcate these principles and values into their statutes and constitutional frameworks. Why is this resolution critical for our legal framework for our individual countries? Because it would first and foremost institutionalize ombudsmen and mediators, institutions as formal pillars for Africa's governance architecture, not merely advisories, but recognized mechanisms integral to the African Union Agenda 2063 and to each member state's constitutional order. More than a symbolic endorsement, the resolution would establish concrete legal safeguards, mandating constitutional protection for ombudsman independence, requiring member states to adequately fund these institutions as makers of constitutional independence, calling for legislation to criminalize interference or defunding of ombudsman officers. In South Africa, our legislation even calls as a contempt to even insult a public protector or intimidate a public protector, upon which a criminal charge can be laid. These are important because the work that we do puts us at severe risk. The risk, by the way, is even higher than the benefit. But I guess our hearts stand higher than the risk because the work that we do for our countries. For the African continent specifically, where many ombudsman institutions remain politically vulnerable and under-resourced, such a resolution is paramount. Now, we need to translate these principles into concrete legal safeguards. We need to entrench them. The ombudsman existence of independence and basic mandate should be embedded in the Constitution. These are non-negotiables, Excellencies. Constitutional recognition makes it harder to abolish or fundamentally weaken the office in response to short-term political pressures. With more volatility in our continent, particularly after elections, the ombudsman must be the one who is able to call for sanity, continued good governance, and continued service delivery and enforcement of human rights, even during those turbulent times. And it is the constitutional grounding which we need to be our voice and also to be able to amplify our voices, which again, the secure tenure, appointment, and removal is critical that it be constitutionally embedded so that even during the volatile times, the ombudsman can remain grounded and standing. The mandate and powers, it's critical that they become constitutional so that no matter who the executive is, the constitutional order remains. The financial and operational independence so that even during turbulent times, the running and implementation of critical mechanisms by these institutions remains. The complementary and cooperation. Just yesterday, Advocate Madonsela and I were discussing on whether the report of the public protector is an administrative or a legal instrument. It is important that this decision be legislated. Currently, the courts say it is illegal, therefore only reviewed by courts of law. But other scholars actually argue that it is subject to PAJA. Now, what does it make the ombudsman or the public protector? A mere clerk. Now, we need to ensure that these are embedded so that it entrenches our powers as being complementary to those of the courts. Embracing technology while safeguarding human-centered oversight. I cannot speak about this without speaking about embracing technology. It is the times at which we are at. Digitization and artificial intelligence are shaping how public administrators interact with citizens. Therefore, our powers in line with AI or emerging technologies needs to be legislated. Because why? We also, as we've been debating over time now, are those who are going to stand between us, governance, leadership, and technology, the ethics and the integrity of that. Hence, it is critical that we be embedded in legislation. Lessons learned from South Africa, the Nkandla judgment, which really it's credit which we give to the administration, which was led by Professor Madonsela, her bravery and resilience at the time. And why, by the way, the public protector was able to remain standing from that time. If it was not a constitutional institution, I think in South Africa, we would be telling a different tale today. One option chosen by framers of the South African Constitution is to confer legal binding remedial action on the ombudsman type institution, because the public protector in South Africa also has anti-corruption powers. Now, sections 18 to 21C of the Constitution empowers the public protector, 182 1C empowers the public protector to take appropriate remedial action, not recommendations. And the courts have correctly interpreted this to mean that it is binding, it is not optional, unless it is reviewed by a court of law. Now, this power really confers quite authority on this institution, and which, by the way, has become ground shaking, Prof, if you may agree. Because even the executive now, when they're going to take decisions, and I've read this in one of our newspapers, where the mayor in a certain municipality was asked to irregularly employ a municipal manager. And she said, I don't want the public protector coming after me after I've taken this decision. I need to satisfy myself that it is a correct decision. So it instills respect. And even when there's no respect, it brings back consciousness. And even if it's fear, it is okay, as long as there's compliance with the rule of law. And I think that's what the binding power has brought about on the institution of the public protector. Now, we have put forward proposed amendments to revise our act to be in line with the Constitution, because the Public Protector Act precedes the Constitution of the Republic. Firstly, the Act will recognize the financial and operational independence of the institution. Amendments that will clarify both the individual and the institutional powers. As we know, in the last era of the public protector, there's been quite a blurred line between the juristic and the natural person. We need to clarify this so that the legislative framework is able to protect us as the natural person, even against ourselves. This is very critical. The amendments provide stronger investigative powers. The amendments will also be amplifying the link between the Ombudsman power to report to Parliament with Parliament's duty to establish oversight mechanisms to consider our reports. We don't always have the money to go to court to enforce. And by the way, because it's binding, it's enforceable already. Why must we still go to court to compel? So we should be able to ensure that the oversight powers of Parliament are able to then ensure enforcement as well. Now, Aoma's opportunity and way forward, in conclusion, this General Assembly gives Aoma a timely opportunity to move with the principle to program on concrete steps which Aoma would take to champion a continent-wide legal alignment agenda. And the funds which we've received from the African Renaissance Fund in South Africa gives us that opportunity. And I think this is a drive that we should take, and particularly to the more vulnerable African countries that don't even have the opportunity to host meetings like these. And that's where we should take the alignment of these legal frameworks. The case of the public protector in the past month and that of Angola during this week has actually proven that when we speak face to face with the heads of states and the heads of parliaments, we are actually able to get consensus. Therefore, it is then important that we take these opportunities to go to these countries and request these meetings with the heads of states and heads of parliaments so that really they assist us to ensure the alignment of our legal frameworks. In closing, colleagues, let us remember that legal texts are not abstractions. They determine whether an ombudsman can investigate a powerful ministry, even a president in the South African case. And by the way, whether it is correct to indemnify a president from being investigated by an ombudsman. whether a complainant can speak without fear, and whether an institution can survive political storms. If together we can get the law right, we give our institutions the strength to stand between power and parliament and powerless, and the David and the Goliath, with courage, credibility, and integrity, and to help build the Africa of good governance, justice, and integrity that our people deserve. I think, colleagues, we need a constitutional foundation as ombudsman so that we can stand tall and speak strong. I thank you.
Thank you for that very concise, very, very clear presentation, PPSA. If you listen carefully, the thread from her presentation is very simple. Let's go and look at our legislation. Do we have all that we need to be compliant with the necessary international standards, the Paris Principles, the Venice Principles, etc., in terms of how the organizations that we run are set up? Are we independent? Do we have credible investigation capabilities, integrity of our processes, and we're able to exercise proper and required levels of impartiality? Secondly, that when we've looked at our legislation, we need to take a step further. We must go back to our politicians and say to them, in line with the Constitutive Act of the African Union and Agenda 63, we need to ensure that we have in our respective countries institutions that promote good governance, respect for human rights, and promotion of the rule of law. The politicians should not just utter those words, but should ensure that the institutions that we have are the required level of effectiveness. By allowing ombudsman institutions all the necessary powers in terms of the law that create those institutions, but also not to hide, for government, not to hide behind the position that these are legislative or constitutional powers that you ombudsmen want to challenge. And in this regard, one often is brought to think about the English writer A.V. Dicey, who, on talking about constitutional powers, said that this must be exercised in a manner that is ethically and politically correct. So there's no need for the government to then hide and say, this is my power. So the president, the minister cannot say, this is my power according to the law, but it must be exercised in a very responsive, responsible, and citizen-centric approach. And we as the ombudsman are entreated to ensure that laws are exercised appropriately. Thank you. So I call on speakers. Do I have, we have mics. I'm going to ask that those that ask questions identify themselves, and if need be, target the specific presenter, or otherwise indicate if the question is general. Questions? Comments? Two ladies at the back, innocent, can run around for me with the mics. The lady is even faster than you. I hope you are married. Otherwise, you won't catch any lady married. Madam. There's another mic somewhere close by here. Okay.
Bonjour à tous. Je voudrais remercier dans un premier temps tous les intervenants pour leur brillante prestation. Dans un second temps, j'aurais une question pour Madame le médiateur d'Afrique du Sud. Pendant son intervention, elle a parlé de l'importance pour nos institutions d'être inscrites dans la Constitution. Donc sur ce point-là, je suis parfaitement d'accord. Et c'est le cas pour nous, notre institution en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, excusez-moi, je ne me suis pas présentée. Conseiller du médiateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, sur ce point-là, sur le fait pour nos institutions d'être inscrites dans la Constitution, je suis d'accord, mais aussi je voudrais savoir votre avis sur l'importance, au-delà d'être inscrit dans la Constitution, l'importance pour nos institutions d'être connues par les citoyens, l'importance pour elles d'être connues par ces citoyens-là et should I start over?
Let's go on.
Est-ce que je devrais recommencer? Non? Donc, je disais, pour l'Afrique du Sud. Donc, je suis d'accord avec le point qui dit que nos institutions devraient être inscrites dans la Constitution. Mais je voudrais aussi savoir votre avis sur le fait que ces institutions-là ne sont pas très bien connues, en tout cas nous au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, ne sont pas très bien connues par le public, par les citoyens. Est-ce que vous ne pensez pas que si on travaillait plus à ce niveau-là, on serait moins sujette à des changements et à on va dire, le retrait de ces institutions-là de l'appareil de l'État? Donc voilà, ça c'est ma première question. Et puis, je voudrais aussi savoir le cas de l'Afrique du Sud. Est-ce que vous diriez que votre institution en Afrique du Sud est assez bien connue ou est-ce qu'il y a encore du travail à faire à ce niveau-là? Je vous remercie.
Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Je suis Prisca du médiateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire. Relativement, ma question s'adresse au professeur. Tel que il a mené sa communication, on a l'impression que le médiateur doit faire pression. Le médiateur a le droit de faire pression où le médiateur en Angola, interagit facilement avec, je veux dire, la justice au niveau de l'Angola. Alors que, par exemple, chez nous, en Côte d'Ivoire, le médiateur a certes ce pouvoir de coercition-là, mais il n'a pas le droit d'aller dans les administrations et demander tout ce qu'il peut faire. Il peut se limiter aux recommandations. Donc, j'aimerais savoir si nous sommes sur la même longueur d'onde ou bien c'est moi qui ai mal perçu l'intervention du professeur. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour, merci pour l'opportunité qui m'est donnée de prendre la parole devant cette importante assemblée. Je suis Awa Marcos de la délégation du Bénin et permettez-moi de saisir l'occasion pour avoir la réponse à une préoccupation persistante, celle de savoir pourquoi l'association des ombudsmen et médiateurs qui nous réunit ici n'évolue pas vers un traité. Madame Koleka, l'honorable Koleka l'a dit, que les lois sont changeables. C'est plus sûr de se référer à la Constitution, mais je pense que c'est encore plus fort de s'en tenir au traité. Alors pourquoi l'association n'évolue pas vers l'adoption d'un traité qui va permettre de prendre des directives qui seront bien suivies à l'interne, puisque la problématique essentielle que je retiens de tous les panels, c'est comment faire pour que l'impact de l'action de l'ombudsman et du médiateur soit essentiel à l'interne. Alors, si des directives sont prises et qui permettent d'accompagner les actions du médiateur et de l'ombudsman, est-ce que ça ne va pas résoudre ce problème majeur? C'est vrai qu'on a des avancées avec les nouvelles résolutions qui ont été prises au niveau des Nations Unies. On a eu au cours de ce panel une main tendue de la part de l'Union africaine, mais je pense, à mon avis, ou je souhaite avoir la réponse ici, selon laquelle, lorsque on sera au stade de traité, est-ce que cela ne va pas permettre de résoudre de façon définitive cette problématique persistante, à mon avis? Je vous remercie.
I'll take 2 questions or 3 questions on the left side of the room. Mike.
Alexis Boutambambina, médiateur du Gabon. Je voudrais féliciter la collègue Kolela qui a parlé de la possibilité des membres du comité exécutif de faire des missions dans nos pays. Comme vous pouvez vous imaginer, l'Afrique est grande. Nous pouvions, en nous écoutant, qu'il y a des pays où les ombudsman et médiateurs ont déjà une avance avec la petite expérience d'assister à des réunions en Afrique du Sud, en Angola, au Botswana et d'autres pays de l'Est. Je peux dire que ces pays ont de l'avance sur mon pays. Je préfère parler du Gabon, mon pays, parce que nous n'avons pas encore toutes les facilités pour mener à bien. J'ai parlé au Madame Secrétaire Générale pour que nous puissions aussi vulgariser la médiature à travers le continent. Une évaluation de nos pays peut se faire pour que le comité exécutif puisse se mouvoir à travers le continent. Merci, c'est une petite suggestion.
Merci beaucoup, Djibril Moussa Mahamat du Tchad, secrétaire général adjoint du médiateur du Tchad. Je voudrais féliciter les panélistes pour leur brillante présentation. Je voudrais aussi saluer la présence des délégations ici. Si je prends par exemple l'exemple du Tchad, la préservation de la paix et de la cohésion sociale font partie des attributs du médiateur. Alors qu'on sait que l'Afrique est confrontée à des défis liés à la paix, à la sécurité et à la stabilité qui sont résultants souvent des conflits. Et on assiste souvent à des missions de médiation qui sont organisées par l'Union africaine où des médiateurs au comité des sages sont désignés souvent pour gérer ces conflits. Ne serait-il pas mieux que l'Aoma puisse s'associer à l'Union africaine pour gérer ou bien pour médier à ces crises-là, étant donné que l'Aoma est une fêtière des organisations des médiateurs et d'ombudsman d'Afrique. Je vous remercie.
I'm just about to close. If there's no other question, I'm going to close that package. Then we do the answers. And then I think in view of time, then we'll move to the next group of speakers. Any question before I close that? Okay, the road is closed. Okay, there's one.
Thank you very much. We talked about the recommendations that are made by Office of Ombudsman. My question is, what if the recommendations are not respected? What are the strategies to have these recommendations respected, how to ensure compliance of the recommendations made by the Office of Ombudsman. I think it's clear now. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is open. I think you can speak from your chairs for those that have any answers. Any takers?
Okay. Well, but think it's a lot of questions with protector. Hello. A lot of the questions were to the Public Protector of South Africa, so I will defer to her in that regard. But just thank you to all of you for the questions. My supplementary question to what my colleague is going to say is to the countries who are struggling with inappropriate levels for the ombudsman, inadequate institutional support in terms of financial and institutional independence, who are also struggling with the implementation of remedial action, whether it's recommendations or directives. This was the reason we came up with the OR Tambo Declaration. It was to then lobby the AU, and we did try when we met in Ethiopia for the last General Assembly that I was part of, to get the AU to then adopt these. The way it happened with the judges, if you understand why we have holding guardrails on the independence of the judiciary and minimum standards for judges, it started with like the Harare principles, Bengal principles, etc. So when we started with the OR Tambo Declaration, we wanted to do the same thing. And it covers all of these things. The level at which a public protector, an ombudsman or public protector should be appointed should be at the level of the judge. The remuneration arrangements, etc. It also even deals with what should happen with the recommendations, even if the institution is only entitled to issue recommendations and not binding remedial action. It indicates that that cannot just be rejected or ignored. There has to be rational reasons for not accepting such recommendations. And I'm pleased to note that my colleague, the current public protector, Advocate Galega, and the leadership of Aoma, the president and the secretary general, are now taking this process to the next step, which is those minimum standards, probably with some additions if the passage of time has brought in more wisdom, should now be translated into a more binding instrument. And the Paris principles themselves were informed by the OR Tambo Declaration. What I would recommend, though, which is reinforcing what my colleague, Public Protector Galega, is parallel to the process of institutionalizing the OR Tambo Declaration into an AU declaration on ombudsmanship. We do two things. We link that declaration as we do in the OR Tambo Declaration. We link it to the Declaration on Good Governance so that the conversation goes together, ombudsmanship and the Good Governance Declaration, which is where we started ourselves. The second thing I would say to my colleagues in the leadership of Aoma, consider an informal process where using Aoma and IOC, you have a Venice-styled commission that develops a model law. When it comes to hunger and food security, we've decided, and why NGOs were not even as important as you guys are, we're academic institutions, we've decided that we're going to draft a model law on food security. which should be standardized globally, and then take that model law. We've asked the president of South Africa to be our champion, and he agreed to champion this process, which means wherever he is, he would say, there is this model law, you could actually use it if you are Gabon or some other country and you are unable to do that. Luckily, in your case, as ombudsman institutions, you have the legal power to do these things. You have Aoma, you have IOC. So the second thing that I would like to answer just very quickly is the questions that were raised about what's still to be done in South Africa. My colleague has indicated what problems she has picked up. What I would like to supplement there, which applies to South Africa, is one, there isn't a very clear fit with the judicial system in South Africa. So that's exactly what my colleague, Advocate Galega, says should be addressed. I don't know in your countries where it's very clear in the law that says when you're not happy with the decision of the public protector, this is where you're going to go. At the moment, what they do, they use ordinary administrative law principles. Then the court is not going to apply Section 182 of the Constitution to determine the correctness of the decision. The Constitution in South Africa, the court is going to apply two regimes, either paja or legality, as my colleague said. And some judges then often ignore the specific jurisdiction. For example, one of the decisions that was reviewed when I was gone as public protector, unfortunately I was not involved in defending it, is an acting judge said it was irrational to ask a government institution that has strung a woman along for years. It said it was irrational to say the institution should apologize. So globally, the whole idea of apologies is part of ombudsmanship. It's the lowest threshold, really, to say we're sorry, we shouldn't have treated you like that. But also from a constitution in South Africa that is founded on Ubuntu, one of the lowest threshold remedial actions in our continent as part of Ubuntu is saying, I'm sorry. And again, so these relationships need to be clarified. My recommendation is that how do we ensure synergy in between is we just need to have, okay, I support my colleague, the public protector's recommendation that the public protector should enforce its own contempt of order decisions. I mean, even just for a contempt of order, in the middle of proceedings, somebody insults you, to go to court to enforce that contempt. So, and the decision as well. So that's one. But the second thing is we need to improve the teaching of administrative law to integrate the public protector. The books still, I think my colleague mentioned, they still mention 3 arms of government. And they don't mention the ombudsman institution. Even in countries like Angola, like Namibia, South Africa, and Kenya, where clearly these institutions are not part of the legislature. They still taught as if they're part of that. And so, but what can we do? Take the law into our own hands. Said Justice Mukwege is self-help. Use IOC to write our own journals, our own articles, but don't go just to us, that are sent to the judges, periodic newsletters sent to the judges so that they understand where they are going wrong. 2, in our own institutions, teach administrative law as practiced in courts. For example, in our own decisions, we are required to ensure there's lawfulness, there's rationality, there's fairness, there's written reasons that are convincing, that your report gives adequate reasons. So those things we can teach. Lastly, we really, I mean, my colleague said we've got to leverage IOC. I think the declaration as it stands at the moment, we can use IOC again to promote it, to send it to governments. now and then just send one aspect of it to governments. Lastly, and this is a sore point, but if this institution is going to be transparent, efficient, and sustainable, the quality of ombudsmanship should be standardized as well. So what we're calling for as academics and as teachers of administrative law is this qualification should be standardized. But secondly, the investigator should be a professional. At the moment, when an investigator goes rogue, there's no peer body where you can report the investigator. And that's a problem of transparency. So we suggest that that be done. But lastly, more systemic investigations. More systemic investigations, because those ensure class action. My final comment is the public protector is a culturally resonant, simple, flexible institution that allows for restorative justice and transformative solutions. And if a system does not optimize this institution cannot contribute meaningfully to transparency, efficiency, and sustainability. But the institution itself has to transform itself to ensure that it is more competent and that it tailors its own processes and solutions to all. And that's what South Africa has tried to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Look, the law is not static. Our material conditions are not static. Human lives evolve, and so must we as ombudsmen. Therefore, it's not yet uhuru for South Africa. Yes, we are advanced, I must admit, not just in the continent, but also globally. We were in the Netherlands, Prof, for the IOI meetings, and we had the privilege to meet the king, who said, South Africa is advanced. And he doesn't think that his own country is ready to be as advanced as South Africa is when it comes to the mandate of the public protector. However, legacy issues, even in South Africa, have shown us, with a good foundation, have been built by Advocate or Judge Bakwa, how Advocate Mushwana took it up, how Advocate Madonsela cemented that. We saw that during the time of state capture, which, by the way, started during the time of Advocate Madonsela, but in the subsequent administration of Advocate Mkhwebane, we saw how it even moved the walls of the very same constitutional public protector. During my tenure, we also saw political interference and intimidation. So what does that history say? It says that we've got work to do now during my tenure, because we don't know what's going to happen in the next tenure that is going to protect the public protector in the institution in the next tenure. So meaning that we need to be developmental at all times. But we all know that legislations change over time. So therefore, we must always be on our toes to say, what's going to happen in the next 5 years? What's going to happen thereafter? But again, if we want to contribute in the attainment of the Africa Agenda 2063, we can't be stagnant as ombudsman institution. And South Africa, as advanced as it is, we are not yet advanced to see through Agenda 2063 and beyond 2063. Hence the work that we've put in to ensure that as ombudsman institutions, not just Aoma in the continent, we are able to push through this AU draft resolution on ombudsman, which we are happy that the president of Angola has actually pledged his support for. It's thought leadership, and which precisely, Prof, doesn't just deal with ombudsman, but deals with issues of good governance in our continent. We've actually realized that the Africa peer review is actually slacking behind. It's actually regressing instead of progressing. And we have actually put what would resonate or what would bring about what the Africa peer review was meant for. But we are saying, as constitutional institutions in most countries, we can actually become the voice of good governance, but also as anti-corruption. We also want to find a voice in the Anti-Corruption Commission, because our work is preventative in nature of anti-corruption. Fixing maladministration means that you are closing the gaps for erosion of governance, and ultimately of corruption. So yes, there's room for improvement, and the proposed amendments to our act speak to those improvements that we need to make, which I've actually alluded to during my speech. Enforcement of powers, even if it's recommendation. Case law in South Africa is very clear that recommendation doesn't mean that you need to pack the report away and ignore it. The executive must show just reason why it is not implementing the recommendation. So, colleagues, it doesn't mean that the ombudsman is toothless if it doesn't have remedial action. And probably these are tests that we need to take on these recommendations. How do we enforce? The public protector rules, for example, gives the steps of enforcement. One, we need to ensure that we establish enforcement mechanisms within our institutions. The investigator must not end with the finalized report. The investigator must follow up on the implementation of their recommendation. Build relations with the executive. They are your stakeholders. The South African Constitution makes it mandatory, by the way. It says state organs must assist the public protector in the execution of her mandate, which includes the enforcement of the recommendations. So institutionalize the implementation of recommendations and remedial actions. In our strat plan for the next 5 years, starting with our annual plan this year, we have made the implementation of remedial actions a deliverable, which means that we rate ourselves on that. It gives us a much higher edge to enforce. Our rules further say we need to escalate. If the DG does not implement, go to the minister. If the minister does not implement, go to the president for implementation. If the president ignores, you go to parliament. We are now being called by parliamentary portfolio committees as the public protector to actually bring them on board on the remedial action that we would have taken against departments which report to parliament. And that's the message we passed as Aoma yesterday to the president of the National Assembly, that the president needs to also assist the ombudsman in Angola in enforcing her work. I think the colleague misunderstood me. The reason why we met the president for Angola, firstly, was to pay homage to him for the work that the institution has done to support Aoma, but also to seek his support and his pledge for the draft resolution, which we've already submitted to South Africa, because he is the chair of the AU. We require his buy-in. We require him to be friends of Aoma and ombudsman institutions at large. Yes, I think Prof. Madonsela has already explained the issue of the action to get the AU to standardize its legal framework. This resolution is going to assist us. If it becomes a resolution of the AU, it sets out very clearly what the ombudsman is and what an ombudsman under the African Union in the African continent must be characterized of, which is exactly this standardization and ensuring the standardization of the legal framework. Prof. Madonsela spoke of the virtual lectures, right? Which would support our work. And again, she speaks about having the commissions which would affiliate under AOC. It's a very great idea because we can't just do it ourselves. We've got those who came before us. We've got scholars in our midst who bear the knowledge to assist us, which could actually assist us in standardizing these legal frameworks. Because, Excellencies, if we are not the ones who take these legal frameworks forward, the Department of Justice in our countries will not do it for us. The law reform commissions will not do it for us. Parliaments will not do it for us. We must do it for ourselves. And I love what Benin and Gabon actually raised on the peer review or the peer assessment that we need to make, which would actually point more into countries which are not yet on par with the standard or the minimum standards which would want. I think that's the starting point for us so that we're able to see what is our lowest bar in Africa and how do we lift that bar to be at the level of our highest bar, and how do we do that as a collective? Because really, the future of the African child relies on us. We must shape Africa in such a manner that the future children of Africa must not go and be refugees in the Western countries. They must not be slaves in Western countries. They must not go and seek minimal jobs in Western countries. Africa must be able to be and lift up its wealth because we have wealth in Africa. And that's our work to do as ombudsman institutions. I love the idea of how do we actually fit in our mandate in managing conflict, sustainability in Africa. Her Excellency Sokoni is very passionate about ECOSOC and sustainable goals. We both actually serve on that committee in the IOI. So Aoma is actually represented in the world body because most of the members of Aoma are in the IOI. Some of us as executives of Aoma sit in the IOI, and we are pushing for the issue of the sustainable goals. And by the way, Prof. Madonsela, the conversation we are having in the IOI, which is spearheaded by Africa, is that how do we inculcate enforcing implementation of sustainable development goals through our investigative mandate as public protectors? How are we able to say to governments, where are you in the implementation of the sustainable development goals? Isn't it a maladministration not to? Isn't it lacking behind on service delivery not to? It is our mandates. So again, I think to spearhead that, we need this commission through AOC that is going to assist us on how do we ask these questions in our investigative capacities, again, through systemic investigations. Just the other day in South Africa, we actually launched the systemic investigation on the assessment on how far South Africa is on implementing GEODI, which is on gender equality, youth development, and disability inclusion, focusing on disability inclusion. It is a service delivery issue because if government department had taken a commitment on how they are going to enforce these in their service delivery model. Now, it is important that we see our work in that light. Not so long ago, we issued a report on Enoch Mgijima, which was dealing on maladministration, bad governance, and corruption. We took systemic remedial actions, which addresses the implementation of anti-corruption reforms across the spectrum. So we need to look at our work as developmental as it is. Now, I've already dealt with the issue of what if our recommendations are not respected. But also, let's use the power of the media. The media is our formidable force. In South Africa, our act says the public protector must publicize its findings. We take that platform to bring the public into confidence on how far the state is in the implementation of remedial action. I can tell you now, it's one thing government departments don't want the embarrassment of the media reporting that Minister so-and-so has ignored the public protectors or the ombudsman's recommendation on that. So let's use the power of the media. The media, by the way, are also ombudsmen like us because their duty is to ensure that they champion the interest of the public. So let's strengthen that stakeholdership between ourselves and the media to enforce our recommendations. Thank you.
Obrigada pelas questões que foram colocadas, todas elas quase já respondidas, mas acho que ainda devo reforçar o que o senhor mediador do Tchad colocou, sendo a preservação da paz e a gestão social uma das tarefas do mediador no seu país, por que é que não são convidados para integrar missões de conciliação nesta África que arde por todo o lado? A senhora provedora da África do Sul respondeu e bem. Portanto, este pressing que está sendo feito para que a Aoma esteja integrada na União Africana, seja qual for o título, esses memorandos, são um passo importante para que, depois de elencadas todas as tarefas que devem ser desenvolvidas nesse memorando que vão assinar, possa ser integrada esta como sendo uma das instituições a ser tida em conta sempre que houver necessidade de mediação. Estou a olhar para o Sudão do Sul, estou a olhar para a República Democrática do Congo, estou a olhar neste momento, para Madagascar, estou a olhar neste momento para a Guiné-Bissau. É preciso enquadrar instituições como a Aoma para que, com os outros técnicos, com as outras valências que são integradas nessas missões, possam ajudar a repor a paz e a ordem social que a África tanto precisa. Penso que é um elemento a ter em conta na altura da negociação do vosso estatuto junto da União Africana. Obrigada.
Apenas duas notas rápidas em função das questões colocadas pelas nossas colegas da Côte d'Ivoire, Costa de Marfim. A primeira era se o provedor podia solicitar documentos, podia se dirigir a uma administração e solicitar informações. Sim, efetivamente sim. Quer seja porque está a averiguar um processo que envolve essa administração, e nesta perspectiva ele pode, sim senhora, solicitar informações. E aqui o que acontece? Se estas informações não forem passadas ao provedor de justiça, ele pode, por exemplo, recorrer a garantias que estabelecem a obrigação de entrega de documentos. Por exemplo, nós temos aqui a questão da intimação para a prática de atos devidos, a intimação para a entrega de informações. E a questão é, num primeiro patamar, numa primeira ocasião, eu solicito a informação, quer porque estou a averiguar um processo, uma queixa, ou ainda por minha iniciativa, porque o nosso estatuto, a legislação prevê e dá ao provedor de justiça poderes para abrir processos investigativos por sua própria iniciativa, sem esperar que haja uma queixa. O provedor tem legitimidade, tem poderes para abrir e instaurar processos investigativos. E nesta perspectiva, ele pode, sim senhora, solicitar informações que estejam ligadas ao processo que estiver a averiguar ou a avaliar. ou a inspecionar ou a investigar, podemos aplicar aqui esta expressão. Então, ele solicita, ao abrigo do direito à informação, ao nível do procedimento. Se não for passada a informação, por exemplo, ele pode usar mecanismos que vão obrigar a administração a passar esta informação, sobretudo mecanismos de natureza judicial. A segunda questão tinha a ver com a questão das recomendações. Há de facto uma estrutura da recomendação, há um conteúdo de uma recomendação e ele é passado a quem tem que ser, a entidade que tem que executar a recomendação. A questão que se levanta é, portanto, a provedoria acompanha a execução da recomendação. E o problema que se pode colocar a seguir é, tá bem, se ela não for cumprida, e se ela não for cumprida, temos dois mecanismos. O primeiro deles é exigir que a entidade que não cumpra a recomendação fundamente, apresente um fundamento ou a razão que está por detrás deste incumprimento. Segundo, se estiver dentro, está olhando para a natureza do problema, há aqui a opção de informar a entidade superior ao indivíduo que devia, executar o ato, para que esta entidade tome as providências necessárias. Mas não está descartada, não está afastada a possibilidade de se recorrer a tribunal sempre que a legislação permitir. Nós temos aqui 2 ou 3 exemplos em que a provedoria pode, por sua própria iniciativa, levar o problema para que seja apreciado por um tribunal. Portanto, temos aqui, diríamos, alguns mecanismos que pressionam a entidade a executar a recomendação. Fora, e há também uma possibilidade de a provedoria, dentro daquilo que a lei permite, publicar algumas comunicações sobre determinados processos, desde que a lei permita. Este é um mecanismo indireto de pressão, não é? Que de alguma forma pode pressionar a entidade que tem que executar a cumprir algumas orientações provenientes da provedoria. Mas há sim mecanismos para garantir a efetividade das recomendações, caso elas não sejam voluntariamente cumpridas. Portanto, obrigado.
Thank you, Chair. Just one final word for me is, as a former ombudsman, but also as an academic, the most important power you have as an ombudsman is not hard power. It is soft power. So the one thing that you have to rely on mostly is moral suasion. Otherwise, there's no difference between an ombudsman and these other institutions. Secondly, if you rely too much on your hard power, you're going to end up with what we refer to when we train case hardening. So there are 3 opportunities for you to exercise your soft power. The first time is when you're doing your preliminary investigation. You can get them to fix the problem. The second opportunity you have to use your soft power is when you issue a provisional report, which we call in South Africa now a Section 7(9) notice. We can give you examples in South Africa where they went west, but they came back to the east when we showed them through a well-reasoned report that they were wrong. For example, what report was initially titled, "They Call It Justice," because they were being unjust, so we're playing on the word. And the final report said they called it justice. So when they were wrong, they called it justice. Now they are right. So I'm just asking colleagues, yes, I support the idea to constitutionalize and to expand the powers, but it's not going to take away your duty to investigate thoroughly, to create useful relationships with government, especially on service delivery matters, and to write well-reasoned reports that inspire moral suasion. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, colleagues. No, the hand was that road was closed 30 minutes ago. You'll get an opportunity maybe when the next speakers come in. Just for me to say thank you to the speakers, and to maybe ask you to obviously give them a good round of applause. I release them and I unleash on you the next set of speakers. But in the meantime, just to say that after listening to those beautiful and wonderful presentations, I'm now promoting myself from a puppet master to a conductor of an orchestra. I mean, the delivery was perfect. It was well lined, things fed onto each other, like an orchestra would. You stand released. So those are just a moment. Just a moment. We need the lead online and the two speakers. You have the CV for the lead.
Madam Zuma not present online.
Is it?
Not present. Madam Martha Sheaton.
She's on this. She's online.
Not.
Is
It's
it?
9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Just a moment. 5 minutes.
Okay.
After I.
Oh, okay. So what we have now is
Please sit up.
it's okay.
Vamos então de ouvir este que foi a primeira parte do ciclo de palestras, na qual tivemos como moderador o Dr. Stefan Baz e palestrou-nos nesta manhã o Dr. Moreira Lopes, a doutora Teresa Manuela, a doutora Tulizile Madonzela, a doutora Coleca Caleca. Reservamos então este momento para que das mãos da presidente da Aoma, pedimos que se sentem, por favor, please. One moment, please. Eu convido então a presidente para este momento.
Boa tarde a todos. Por razões alheias à minha vontade, tive que estar um pouco ausente, mas estou aqui, sei que estão em boas mãos. Bom dia a todos, sintam-se bem. Eu gostaria de entregar um certificado de participação a cada um dos preletores e moderadores, começando pela doutora Eliana.
Vamos então começar pelo Dr. Moreira Lopes. Seguindo-se a doutora Teresa Manuela. Doutora Tulizile Madonzela. A doutora Coleca Caleca. E, finalmente, o Dr. Stefan Baz. Agora sim, peço aos demais. Doutor Moreira, doutora Teresa Manuela, doutora Tulizile Madonzela. A doutora Tulizile Madonzela tem um presente para a presidente da Aoma. Please.
Right. This is a book with African fables,
Este é um livro com fábulas africanas,
proverbs,
provérbios
and some biblical stories.
e algumas histórias bíblicas.
It's just teaching little ones ethics and leadership.
É para ensinar a liderança e a ética para os nossos pequeninos.
But the main character here, who's also now in children's toys that they are making, is Queen Zinga.
O ator principal, Queen Zinga,
That's the purple elephant who will always be in all of the stories.
e este é elefante que está em toda a história.
So as I indicated, she was an Angolan princess who became king, and I'm sorry to the brothers because the brother did not have the courage.
E é uma menina que esteve num jango angolano e é uma menina com muita coragem, mas os meninos não podem se sentir mal porque eu priorizei mesmo essa menina.
So this is to you, ma'am, to read to your grandchildren.
Isso é para ti, para ler para os netos.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Chamamos então os preleitores para uma foto de família. Doutor Moreira Lopes, doutora Teresa Manuela, doutora Tulizila Madonzela, doutora Coleca Caleca e o doutor Stefan Bass. Vamos então a este momento para um registro. Então, o terceiro dia da 8ª Assembleia Geral da Aoma, reúne em Angola provedores e mediadores de diferentes países africanos. A todos, uma vez mais, o nosso muito obrigado. Vamos então dar continuidade ao ciclo de palestras de hoje. Convido para juntar-se à mesa o doutor Alexis Boltambambina. Vai se juntar a nós também via online a doutora Hani Ibrahim, que é excelentíssima secretária-geral do Conselho Nacional para os Direitos Humanos. A esta altura, não sei se também já está preparada via online a doutora Marta Shizuma, que é especialista sénior em riscos de integridade do Banco Mundial, que também se vai juntar a nós via online. Eu recebo essa confirmação do protocolo? Dr. Alex Boltambambina, que é o digníssimo moderador da República do Gabão e tesoureiro adjunto da OMA. Eu passo então a palavra ao moderador, Dr. Stefan Bass. A vossa atenção. Doutora Marta Shizuma, the online, and yes, and the Doutora Ibrahim. After I speak to you, didn't Doutora Hani. At this moment, fifth, Alex Botumba. But this one is online. Yes, online. Correct.
Okay, so we get to the third movement of our symphony, the sheso. They call it like the joke, but I think the presentation will be more than a joke. We have four speakers lined up. I'm expecting His Excellency Ombudsman Saleh Kebzabo, Ombudsman of the Republic of Chad, a former journalist and pioneer of independent press. But most importantly, is he available? Okay, he's not here. I will introduce Honorable Alexis Butumba Mbina, Ombudsman of the Republic of Benin, a man who has served his country for over 40 years with distinction, a graduate of the Aoma Bongo University in Law and Economics, with a specialization in project evaluation and monitoring. Has been Minister of State for Urban Planning, Housing and Land Registry, Minister of Justice and Keeper of the Seals, and Minister of Public Policy Evaluation. My other speaker is online. Honorable Martha Chizuma, Senior Integrity Specialist with the World Bank. I don't know if IT is ready to put Ms. Chizuma online. Is IT ready to connect Ms. Chizima? Okay, I understand the speaker from Chad is available. I was just introducing him. He's a pioneer journalist, but I think most importantly, Ambassador Kebzabo has played an important role in achieving peace in Chad between the, if I were to call them, the warring factions in Chad. Okay, I was introducing Excellency Saleh Kebzabo. I think that for the past 5 years, before appointed ombudsman, he had led negotiations for the achievement of peace between the Chadian government and political military groups in Chad, leading to the famous Doha Peace Agreement for the Republic of Chad. Our other speaker online from Egypt, Secretary General of the National Council for Human Rights of the Republic of Egypt, Honorable Hani Ibrahim. I will call him to speak so that we don't lose him in the event we get a cut. IT, please connect Honorable Hani Ibrahim. Okay, maybe whilst we are still trying to get him online, can I ask Honorable Alexis? Is he? Oh, okay. Yes, please. Please, you may start, sir.
Could I speak now?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, okay. First of all, before I give my official speech to the audience, I would like to show my grateful thanks for the African Ombudsman and the Mediators Associations for accepting us as regional coordinator for North Africa. And also, I'd like to thank you all for such important assembly. And unfortunately, I couldn't come and join you physically, but in near future, I will join you. Due to many challenges we are facing right now in Egypt regarding the reorganizational structure of our institution, we couldn't come and join you and enjoy meeting you and speaking to every one of you. So I am very pleased to be and honored to be among you and give my speech. And I would like to thank the Secretariat for the Aoma because they did all their best for the program, for the arrangements, and they are actually very good supporters. In my official speech, let me start with the honorable please, the distinguished members of the African Ombudsman and Mediators Association. I am honored today to address you the subject of the national human rights institutions, ombudsman institutions, and the transparency in management of public resources under the theme prevention and control mechanism. I will give my presentation drawing on the Egyptian experience through the lens of the National Council of Human Rights in Egypt. First, let me introduce the National Council for Human Rights in Egypt to every one of you. The council was established in 2003 with a mandate to protect, promote, and develop human rights throughout Egypt. It has 27 members, including a president and the vice president, select for the distinguished record in human rights contributions. So they are selected because of their experience and long serve as human rights defenders and experts. According to its statute, NCHR, or the National Council for Human Rights, has broad responsibilities. These include receiving citizens' complaints, referring them to relevant authorities, following up on their handling, issuing recommendations, and providing opinions on draft legislation. NCHR also publishes periodic reports on the state of human rights and organizes outreach, awareness, and capacity building activities aimed at leading human rights culture across society. Why it matters to address the issue of transparency and public resources for national human rights institutions and ombudsman institutions. Transparent management of public resources is not only a question of economic or public spending. Clarity about the resources. It is not only a question of economic or administrative good governance. It is fundamentally about human rights, accountability in public spending, clarity about resources allocation and mechanisms to prevent misuse or corruption are essential to ensure equitable access to services, health, education, social welfare, protection of vulnerable groups, the rule of law, and citizens' trust public institutions. Ombudsman institutions are uniquely situated to contribute to the transparency. By receiving and investigating complaints about misuse of public resources or denial rights tied to public services, by monitoring and reporting on systematic issues, by advising on reforms and legislations promoting accountability, by raising public awareness, thus empowering citizens to demand transparency. For a country such Egypt, with a vast, diverse population, effective oversight of public resources helps to ensure that human rights services are delivered fairly and efficiently, and that corruption or mismanagement don't undermine them. How we contribute to prevention and control mechanisms in Egypt? How in CHR action? Based on our recent NCHR activity and its mandate, the following illustrates how the National Council for Human Rights in Egypt supports transparency and accountability of public resources. In practice, first, our complaint mechanism. NCHR received complaints from citizens alleging human rights violations, including cases that may involve mismanagement of or abuse of public resources. Through its mobile complaints unit, NCHR conducts field visits, inspects institutions, including detention facilities, social service providers, hospitals, educational facilities, and so on. Prevent shortcomings and forwards findings to relevant authorities over metrics. We have also an advisory role and the legal oversight. NCHR reviews draft laws and regulations that may affect human rights, including laws governing social services, public administration, budgeting, and resources allocation, and offers opinion, recommendations to relevant authorities, to the policymaker. This ensures that legislation aligns with constitutional and international human rights commitments, including principles of non-discrimination, equality, and fair treatment. We are also promoting human rights culture and public awareness through our conferences, seminars, partnership with governmental and non-governmental bodies. NCHR contributes to raising public awareness about rights, state obligations, and the mechanisms for redress. When citizens become more informed, they are better equipped to demand transparency, fairness, and accountability in public services and resources distribution. These mechanisms, complaint handling, advisory functions, awareness raising, reporting, and international engagement together contributes to a system of checks and balances that can help ensure public resources are managed transparently, equitably, and in line with human rights standards. Let me propose a pathway to strengthen transparency and human rights. As we gather under the umbrella of the African Ombudsman Association, I propose the following guiding principles inspired by the Egyptian experience, but relevant broadly across our continent. My first proposal is to empower national human rights institutions, guarantee their independence, adequate resources, and the legal authority to monitor, investigate, and recommend reforms regarding public resource management. This is what we need exactly for the National Council for Human Rights, is to enhance its mandate, this thematic area. Embed human rights in public resources governance by legislation, budgets, public services, and procurement must be assessed through a human rights lens. Ombuds and national human rights institution bodies should be consulted in resource allocation and transparency policies. Number 3 is to institutionalize complaint mechanisms and monitoring by ensuring accessible, transparent, and rights-based complaint handling system, by providing us the capacity to do field visits, follow-up, and public reporting. Number 4 is to promote public awareness and civic engagement. Number 5, foster regional and international cooperation. Here I also call for more cooperation between African countries in this regard. We can share experience, we can share information, and also we can organize joint activities at the regional level and at the continental level. Let me end my speech by this concluding remarks. The example of Egypt's National Council for Human Rights shows that National Human Rights Institution, if given the mandate, and if it is independence enhanced and the resources increased, can play a central role bridging human rights protection, governance, transparency in public resources management. For ombudsman and mediator institutions partnered across Africa, this presents a powerful opportunity to integrate human rights monitoring with public resources oversight, to protect citizens from misuse or neglect, and to institutionalize accountability. Thank you for your attention, and I am honored again to be among your distinguished participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ibrahim. I think a clear, concise presentation on issues of accountability, management, avoidance of mismanagement of public services, but always with the end result in mind. We are not organizations just created for ourselves, but to ensure that public service delivery is effected and effected in a manner that is meaningful to the citizen. But also that we need to ensure proper resourcing of oversight agencies, especially with a view to achieving independence. You know, by law, we are deemed to be independent. But when you sit and look and you find the manner of resourcing, you know, that tends to also affect the nature of independence, where you have to seek this or that authority from the executive for this or that function. For instance, for external travel and things like that. They can affect how we discharge our functions as oversight agencies. And that applies to all oversight agencies across the board. With that, I would call Excellency Mbina.
C'est Monsieur Alexis Boutambambina, s'il vous plaît. Excellence, chers collègues ombudsman, médiateurs de l'Aoma, chers invités, mesdames, messieurs, je dois présenter notre sujet en deux parties. La présentation générale, il y aura le cas de mon pays, le Gabon, pour développer le thème de viabilité financière et autonomie des ombudsman. Je voudrais exprimer ma gratitude à Madame l'honorable Antonia Florbera Rocha Arrojo, présidente de l'Aoma et médiateur de la République d'Angola, pour la très cordiale et très amicale invitation qu'elle a bien voulu m'adresser à prendre part à cette 8e assemblée. Je voudrais également me réjouir de l'excellente qualité de l'accueil qui nous a été réservé, ma délégation et moi-même, depuis que nous avons foulé le sol de cette magnifique ville de Luanda, capitale de l'Angola. Je voudrais en parenthèse vous dire, je suis Luango, mes parents Luango, je crois que j'ai des parents ici en Angola. Mesdames, Messieurs, la viabilité financière et l'autonomie de l'ombudsman sont deux piliers essentiels pour garantir l'indépendance, la crédibilité et l'efficacité de cette institution. Sans autonomie, l'ombudsman ne peut pas remplir son rôle de gardien impartial des droits des citoyens face à l'administration. Ces deux notions sont intimement liées. La viabilité financière et l'autonomie fonctionnelle se renforcent mutuellement. Une autonomie réelle, sans moyens financiers, reste théorique, tandis qu'un financement important, sans indépendance décisionnelle, expose la manipulation. La viabilité financière et l'ombudsman sont donc au cœur du fonctionnement institutionnel d'un ombudsman. Elles constituent deux piliers essentiels pour garantir son indépendance, sa crédibilité et son efficacité. En effet, une institution de médiation ne peut remplir convenablement sa mission de contrôle, de protection de droits et de promotion de la bonne gouvernance que si elle dispose de ressources financières suffisantes, stables et gérées de manière autonome, tout en jouissant d'une autonomie administrative et fonctionnelle, lui permettant de décider librement de ses priorités et de ses interventions. L'articulation de ces deux dimensions renforce la crédibilité de l'institution, consolide la confiance du public et garantit que ces interventions reposent exclusivement sur du droit, l'équité et les principes de bonne gouvernance, indépendamment de toute influence politique ou budgétaire. La viabilité financière de l'ombudsman est le fondement de sa stabilité et de sa crédibilité. Elle renforce la capacité de l'ombudsman à disposer de ressources stables, suffisantes et prévisibles pour assurer un fonctionnement efficace et continu, sans dépendre excessivement des financements extérieurs ou de décisions politiques conjoncturelles. Elle implique notamment l'inscription du budget de l'ombudsman dans la loi de finances de manière clairement distincte de celui des ministères ou des institutions exécutives. La liberté de gestion de ce budget afin de pouvoir recruter de son personnel, financer ses enquêtes, ses déplacements, ses publications et activités de communication en toute indépendance. Une institution sous-financée devient vulnérable et risque de restreindre ses interventions, de retarder ses enquêtes ou d'abandonner certaines missions faute de moyens. Ainsi, la viabilité financière n'est pas seulement question de budget, elle constitue aussi une condition de survie institutionnelle et un gage de confiance publique. Passons à l'autonomie de l'ombudsman, qui est une condition de l'impartialité et de sa légitimité. L'autonomie renvoie à la capacité de l'institution à agir librement, sans instruction ni ingérence des pouvoirs publics. Elle se décline en plusieurs formes complémentaires, telles l'autonomie institutionnelle. Elle soustrait l'ombudsman à toute tutelle hiérarchique du gouvernement ou des ministres. L'autonomie fonctionnelle. Elle garantit la liberté d'ouvrir ou de clore une enquête, de déterminer ses priorités d'action et de formuler ses recommandations en toute indépendance. Autonomie décisionnelle. Elle assure la liberté de déterminer ses priorités, d'intervenir dans toutes les affaires relevant de sa compétence. Et l'autonomie organique. Elle est protégée par des dispositions légales encadrant la nomination, la durée du mandat et la cession de fonctions de médiateur afin d'éviter toute révocation arbitraire ou pression politique. Cette autonomie protège l'ombudsman contre les ingérences et lui permet de traiter les plaintes avec neutralité, d'interpeller les pouvoirs publics sans crainte et de publier librement ses constats et recommandations. En d'autres termes, assurer la viabilité financière et l'autonomie de l'ombudsman revient à préserver l'essence même de son rôle démocratique. Être un contre-pouvoir pacifique, accessible et impartial au service de la justice sociale et de la bonne gouvernance. Une institution indépendante et durablement financée inspire la confiance des citoyens, consolide l'état de droit et contribue à la stabilité institutionnelle du pays. Prenons le cas du Gabon, mon pays. Dans ce pays, depuis plusieurs décennies, l'État se trouve confronté à une exigence croissante de transparence, de redevabilité et de respect des droits des citoyens dans l'action administrative. À travers les réformes institutionnelles engagées depuis 2021, l'État gabonais a modernisé la médiature de la République en vue de renforcer la confiance entre l'administration et les citoyens, d'assurer une médiation impartiale et prévenir les dysfonctionnements administratifs. Par conséquent, la médiature de la République gabonaise occupe aujourd'hui une place stratégique dans l'architecture de la gouvernance publique. Toutefois, l'efficacité d'une institution de médiation ne repose pas uniquement sur son existence légale ou sur l'étendue de ses missions. Elle dépend aussi et surtout de la solidité de ses moyens financiers, comme nous l'avions déjà dit, supra. La viabilité financière, une dépendance persistante au budget de l'État gabonais. Depuis les réformes amorcées en 2021, l'État gabonais a manifesté une volonté de moderniser les mécanismes de médiation en vue de renforcer la confiance entre l'administration et les citoyens. Cette dynamique traduit une prise de conscience de l'importance des institutions indépendantes dans l'amélioration dans l'amélioration, excusez-moi, dans l'amélioration et la transparence de la redevabilité et de la protection des droits fondamentaux. Toutefois, cette évolution institutionnelle notable, la médiature de la République gabonaise reste confrontée à des fragilités persistantes qui interrogent sa capacité à assumer pleinement son rôle dans l'état de droit effectif. Sur le plan financier, l'analyse relève que la médiature ne dispose pas de ressources propres, ni de mécanismes autonomes lui permettant de garantir une autosuffisance durable. Son financement dépend intégralement de la dotation inscrite dans la loi de finances, elle-même soumise aux aléas budgétaires nationaux et aux arbitrages gouvernementaux. Cette dépendance structurelle limite sa capacité de se projeter dans le moyen terme, à renforcer ses effectifs, à déployer ses activités sur le territoire national et à innover dans les modes d'intervention. La question de la soutenabilité financière demeure ainsi un enjeu central, incontournable et déterminant pour son avenir. L'autonomie, un statut d'indépendance juridique, mais une autonomie financière limitée. S'agissant de son autonomie, si la médiature de la République gabonaise jouit d'un statut d'autorité administrative indépendante, cette indépendance reste largement institutionnelle et juridique, mais insuffisamment consolidée sur le plan fonctionnel et financier. La persistance des procédures de contrôle budgétaire classique, la faible marge de manœuvre dans l'exécution des dépenses et l'absence d'autonomie, de gestion limite concrètement sa capacité d'action libre, rapide et efficace. En ce sens, l'indépendance administrative proclamée par les textes n'équivaut pas encore à une autonomie financière réelle, condition pourtant essentielle au renforcement de l'impartialité et de la crédibilité de l'institution. Au total, la médiature de la République gabonaise apparaît comme une institution viable, en ce sens qu'elle s'inscrit dans le paysage institutionnel et dispose d'un mandat clair, mais elle n'est pas encore pleinement autonome, faute de ressources propres, de marge de gestion élargie et de mécanismes de financement protecteurs. La consolidation de son indépendance effective passe par une réforme structurelle de son modèle de financement, la diversification de ses sources de ressources, l'amélioration de ses capacités administratives et la mise en place de garanties renforcées de gestion budgétaire. Ces évolutions, si elles sont menées, permettraient à la médiature de la République gabonaise non seulement d'accroître son efficacité opérationnelle, mais aussi de jouer pleinement son rôle dans la construction d'un état de droit renforcé, protecteur et crédible aux yeux des citoyens. Pour conclure, à la lecture de ce qui précède, viabilité financière et l'autonomie de la médiature de la République gabonaise met en lumière une réalité institutionnelle contrastée. Si l'institution bénéficie d'un socle juridique solide et d'une place reconnue dans la structure de gouvernance publique, son efficacité opérationnelle demeure fortement conditionnée par les facteurs structurels encore insuffisamment consolidés. La consolidation de son indépendance réelle passe par une réforme structurelle du mode de financement, la diversification de ressources, l'amélioration des capacités administratives, la mise en place de garanties de gestion budgétaire renforcées. Ces évolutions permettraient à la médiature de la République gabonaise d'accroître son efficacité opérationnelle et de jouer pleinement son rôle de contre-pouvoir impartial, contribuant à la construction d'un État de droit crédible et protecteur des droits des citoyens. Tels sont, honorable ombudsman et très chers collègues médiateurs, les réflexions que je voulais partager avec vous. Je vous remercie.
Thank you again, colleagues. As you hear the emphasis on financial sustainability and autonomy, the need to ensure that our institutions are properly funded with a view to improving operational capabilities and strengthen organizations. With that, I call upon to speak Ambassador Kebzabo.
Bonjour tout le monde, assalamu alaikum. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier nos frères d'Angola d'avoir pris l'initiative d'organiser cette réunion. Remercier et féliciter notre sœur médiatrice de l'Angola et notre présidente de l'Aoma d'avoir organisé ces assises dont on avait vraiment besoin et qui nous permettent aujourd'hui de passer en revue tous les problèmes des médiateurs d'Afrique. C'était une nécessité, vous l'avez fait et je voudrais vous en féliciter. Je voudrais aussi féliciter tous les collègues qui ont fait souvent de longs déplacements pour venir assister à cette assemblée. Et quand je parle de longs déplacements, je pense au mien. J'ai mis 2 jours pour arriver ici. Arrivé complètement fatigué, alors que Luanda, en principe, n'est pas très loin de mon pays. Mais enfin, ce sont les aléas des pays africains qui seront certainement résolvés au fur et à mesure de notre développement. Le sujet qui m'a été confié n'est pas un sujet facilement abordable parce qu'à première vue, il a l'air pas très concret. On me demande en effet de parler de la lutte contre la pauvreté systémique et d'accès aux services publics. J'aurais pu, au travers de l'organisation tchadienne, vous donner peut-être quelques exemples pour nous faciliter la compréhension, mais je sais que mes collègues du Tchad qui sont venus avant moi ont déjà fait un travail de présentation dont je vais me priver, qui va me permettre donc de me consacrer au thème qu'on m'a confié. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la pauvreté systémique demeure l'un des plus grands défis des États africains. Elle ne se limite pas à un manque de revenus, mais elle touche l'accès à l'éducation, à la santé, à la justice, à l'eau potable, à l'emploi et aux services publics dans son ensemble. Le médiateur, en tant qu'institution de régulation sociale, de protection des droits et de défense de l'équité, joue un rôle crucial dans la lutte contre cette pauvreté. Mon exposé va d'abord se consacrer à ce thème et puis ensuite, je vais revenir encore à nos activités pour évoquer un peu le médiateur africain. Mais pour ce qui concerne ce thème, je l'ai subdivisé en quelques chapitres que je vais essayer de présenter très rapidement, puisque vous disposerez du texte pour une compréhension plus approfondie. On définit la pauvreté systémique comme un état de privation durable, transmis de génération en génération, souvent lié à la faiblesse des services publics, à l'inégalité d'accès aux ressources naturelles et à l'emploi, aux opportunités, le manque de gouvernance participative et transparente. Quand on observe un peu tous nos pays, on verra parfois quelques similitudes, mais qui sont souvent intrinsèques. Quand on parle, par exemple, des pays du Sahel, en prenant les exemples du Mali, du Niger et de mon propre pays, le Tchad, ce sont des exemples de pays sahéliens confrontés à une pauvreté essentiellement structurelle et géographique. Dans ces zones-là, et certains pourraient peut-être s'y retrouver, les populations parfois parcourent 10, 15, voire 20 kilomètres pour accéder à un puits fonctionnel faute d'infrastructures hydrauliques. Ceux que la nature a gâtés en ayant beaucoup d'eau ne comprendraient peut-être pas cela, mais c'est une des réalités de notre continent. L'absence de routes, l'absence de centres de santé, l'absence d'écoles adaptées et de couverture administrative d'entretien entretient un cycle de pauvreté transmis de génération en génération. C'est malheureusement cela, les réalités que nous vivons. Le médiateur peut souligner que dans ce contexte, l'accès aux services publics devient un privilège plutôt qu'un droit, ce qui renforce le sentiment d'exclusion. Le rôle du médiateur consiste alors à faire remonter les besoins prioritaires, plaider pour une équité territoriale et s'assurer que personne ne soit laissé pour compte. Si on regarde d'autres pays, en les prenant par le revers de la médaille, qui du point de vue géographique ne sont pas du tout ceux que je viens de citer, vous allez remarquer que la situation est totalement différente. En prenant un exemple comme celui de la RDC Congo, tout le monde le sait, c'est un pays gâté par la nature, par une abondance de ressources naturelles, minérales, forêts, eau, mais caractérisé par une pauvreté profonde de nombreuses communautés locales. La richesse ne profite pas aux populations car elle est mal redistribuée, concentrée ou captée par des circuits informels. Je parle là du Congo, je pourrais citer n'importe lequel, peut-être pas tous de vos États, mais on retrouvera toujours les mêmes problèmes. Et c'est donc le lieu de souligner que sans accès à l'éducation, à la justice, à la santé ou à la terre, les populations restent spectatrices de la richesse de leur propre pays. C'est donc à cela qu'on doit veiller. Et c'est là où un des rôles du médiateur devient complexe. On peut citer d'autres pays sans entrer dans autant de détails pour retrouver les mêmes mots, les mêmes problèmes. Je peux parler de l'Angola, je peux citer le cas du Nigeria, qui sont des pays que je connais, et tous ces problèmes que nous évoquons, on les retrouve aussi là-bas. La pauvreté, j'allais dire endémique, qu'on ne trouve pas dans les grandes villes, où il faut les connaître pour les retrouver, se retrouve toujours dans des zones rurales. Et c'est ce contraste-là dans nos pays qu'il faut qu'on réussisse à résorber très rapidement. Sinon, nous avons des villes, des grandes villes, les capitales en particulier, qui ont une dimension qui ne s'arrête pas et qui provoque ce retournement de la pauvreté vers les capitales, alors que de plus en plus, l'intérieur du pays est abandonné. Le rôle du médiateur dans ces conditions est de s'assurer que les politiques publiques ne se limitent pas au capital, mais atteignent aussi les citoyens ordinaires, en particulier les jeunes et les femmes. Nous insistons sur ces différents exemples pour dire tout simplement que la pauvreté systémique n'est pas seulement un manque d'argent, mais surtout l'absence d'opportunités, de justice sociale, d'accès équitable aux services publics. C'est là que l'institution du médiateur trouve toute sa raison d'être. L'accès aux services publics est une des clés de transformation. Il doit en effet être assuré pour être assumé, pour que le médiateur joue pleinement son rôle tout en exerçant des activités dans l'autonomie, presque dans l'indépendance qui lui permet de faire ce travail sans beaucoup d'obstacles. Plus rapidement, je vous dirais aussi que le médiateur est le garant de la justice administrative. Il est le promoteur de l'équité territoriale. Le médiateur est social et catalyseur de dialogue. Sans entrer dans les détails de ce que je viens de dire, et après avoir écouté mon collègue du Gabon tout à l'heure, je crois que nous nous retrouvons presque tous dans tous ces exercices de médiateurs que nous sommes. Enfin, je vais dire les bons exemples, les bonnes pratiques qu'on peut citer. C'est le cas de la digitalisation des services, digitalisation totale, comme cela se passe au Rwanda. Digitalisation aussi par l'Initiative nationale de développement humain que j'ai pu voir il n'y a pas très longtemps quand j'ai rendu visite à mes collègues du Maroc. Donc là, ce sont des approches qui permettent effectivement de rapprocher les administrateurs de l'administration et de faire en sorte que la lutte contre le déficit administratif joue effectivement son rôle. On peut aussi citer le cas du Kenya. Je ne sais pas s'il y a un Kenyan dans la salle, avec le service Huduma qu'ils ont créé, qui sont des guichets uniques dans les régions reculées, facilitant l'accès aux actes d'état civil, de santé et de justice, par exemple. Quelques esquisses de recommandations pour arriver à la conclusion. Il faut en effet institutionnaliser le droit à la médiation administrative dans nos constitutions. Un pays comme le mien, malgré tous les problèmes que nous avons connus, a finalement pu, depuis la dernière constitution, introduire la création de la médiation. Et je pense que c'est important, j'en ai entendu parler tout à l'heure lors des interventions précédentes. Nous pensons aussi qu'il faut créer des guichets sociaux régionaux. Je l'ai évoqué pour rapprocher les services, renforcer la digitalisation inclusive, former du personnel à l'éthique, à la transparence et à l'accueil, et enfin associer activement les médiateurs à l'évaluation des politiques publiques. C'est notre vision que nous souhaiterions partager avec vous parce que nous avons tous les mêmes objectifs. En conclusion, je dirais que la lutte contre la pauvreté systémique ne peut être gagnée sans garantir un accès équitable, transparent et humain aux services publics. Le médiateur est un acteur clé, non seulement pour résoudre les litiges, mais aussi pour promouvoir la justice sociale, la dignité humaine et l'inclusion. Un service public accessible, c'est une Afrique plus équitable, plus stable et plus prospère. Dans ce discours, vous avez vu un peu, et je viens à la deuxième partie qui est moins longue, mais qui est déterminante. Vous avez pu voir un peu les intentions d'ambition que nous avons pour notre fonction. Mais je voudrais, pour finir, vous appeler à une réflexion. Le médiateur médiateur africain, médiateur de la République. C'est quoi exactement? Pour nous tous africains, qu'est-ce que cela représente? Moi, je me rappelle que dans les années 70, j'étais jeune journaliste et j'ai entendu pour la première fois le président français Valéry Giscard d'Estaing parler de cela. Il a donc importé l'ombudsman de la Suède, je crois, pays nordique, qui avait donc cette pratique qu'il a cru pouvoir introduire en France pour, dans cette copie, faire en sorte que les Français aussi aient un médiateur, et ils l'ont fait en le mettant dans tous les secteurs. Ils n'ont pas en France un médiateur unique comme nous on le fait en Afrique. Alors, mon propos consiste à vous interpeller. Vous avez vu que ceux qui nous ont permis de prendre ce relais sont les Français qui eux-mêmes l'ont pris des Suédois. Est-ce que nous, on doit se contenter de l'importer comme cela pour l'appliquer chez nous? C'est cette réflexion qu'il faut mener, je crois. Et je crois qu'en matière de médiation, les Africains n'ont pas de à recevoir des leçons des Européens ou des Américains. C'est déjà dans notre culture, c'est dans nos pratiques traditionnelles et coutumières. Et donc, je crois que c'est de là que nous devons puiser toute la ressource nécessaire devant nous permettre de pratiquer notre travail sans une pâle copie quelconque de ce que d'autres peuvent nous donner ou imposer. Librement, je vous demande librement de nous livrer à cette réflexion, de voir comment est-ce que la notion de médiation peut être reprise par les Africains pour donner une coloration différente sans qu'on la travertisse pour changer profondément ses valeurs. Et je crois que c'est en cela que si nous réussissons à réinventer cette notion pour l'Afrique, c'est en cela que je pense nous aurons véritablement contribué à faire en sorte que le médiateur africain jouisse de toute la plénitude de ses fonctions et puisse être effectivement au sein de la société dans laquelle il pourra apporter tout ce qu'il peut pour tous les équilibres dont j'ai parlé tout à l'heure. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Ambassador Kebzabo. I think for me, the takeaway has been this particularly, even as we do our work as oversight institutions, we should never ever forget that we must contextualize the reason for our being, primarily to protect, particularly to protect the vulnerable from the might of the state, and also from the poverty that some of them live in, but also to influence public policy in relation to decision making, to influence entrenchment of our institutions and the Constitution, and of course for best practice digitization of services and ensuring that our staff work within well-set values and normative ethics. That was, I think, the second last speaker. I don't know if the speaker Martha Chizima is online, or should we close with questions? I've already hit 2 strikes. I'm just about to hit the 3rd strike, and then we are gone. The online speaker? Okay, not available. So I open the 4th movement of my symphony with a question by Madam Sokoni.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the two distinguished speakers. They brought out very interesting points. My comment will go to the Honorable Ombudsman of the Republic of Chad. I think he will recall that earlier on in the 70s and in the 60s, when the argument began about whether we should be promoting civil and political rights, the countries in the Northern Hemisphere failed to promote the concept of civil and political rights. And countries in the Southern Hemisphere were saying, no, we have not yet even achieved social, economic, and cultural rights. Why should we be talking about civil and political rights? And there was this argument which was dragging. But my point of departure on this issue of the argument is, whereas the countries in the Western Hemisphere went forth with their program to promote civil and political rights, and they have even had countries acceding to international instruments like the CEDAW for the rights of children, the rights of people with disabilities. We have not gone forward in the Southern Hemisphere to promote instruments for the promotion of social, economic, and cultural rights. For example, you will find that civil and political rights are justiciable in all of our countries. But social, economic, and cultural rights are not justiciable. And my argument is that it is the institution of the ombudsman which can actually make social, economic, and cultural rights justiciable. And this is the right forum to discuss this concept. And I encourage our members in the different regions that let us use the Office of the Regional Coordinator in our regions to collect statistics on how we are investigating issues to do with social, cultural, and economic rights. Let us bring these issues for discussion to the table in the regions and then bring them up as we meet at the next General Assembly to see how far we are going in investigating matters related to poverty reduction in our countries, in making social and economic rights justiciable. So I just wanted to say, I appreciate his paper in that regard, that we are now acknowledging that we are the right institution to play that role, that very important role. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Yes, Togo. Question first there. Yes, please. Please.
Merci beaucoup de me donner la parole. Je suis Comlanvi Roland de l'institution de médiation du Togo. Je voulais d'entrée de jeu remercier et féliciter tous les panélistes pour la qualité de leurs interventions. J'ai deux petites préoccupations. La première s'adressera plus précisément à l'honorable médiateur de la République du Tchad. Vers la fin de son intervention, le communicateur s'est demandé à souligner la nécessité, je crois, de réinventer la notion du médiateur de la République pour l'Afrique Selon lui, nous ne devions pas nous contenter de faire comme la France, qui a importé l'institution de la Suède, mais plutôt aller dans le sens d'une réinvention de cette notion-là. Alors, j'aimerais lui demander si, à ce stade, parce que cette partie de son intervention m'a particulièrement touché, et je voulais lui demander si déjà à ce stade, il a quelques réflexions, quelques pistes à partager avec nous dans ce sens. Quels pourraient être déjà à ce stade les éléments de cette réinvention de la notion du médiateur de la République pour PAPEL? C'était ma première préoccupation. La seconde est juste une doléance, c'est adressée aux organisateurs de la rencontre. C'est celle de savoir s'il existe une possibilité pour les participants d'avoir copie des différentes communications qui ont été présentées ici à cette Assemblée générale. En gros, qu'on puisse penser à mettre à la disposition des participants, du moins ceux qui le souhaitent, les communications qui ont été faites ici. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Angola.
Muito obrigada. Eu primeiro quero felicitar os preletores e queria colocar uma questão ou talvez uma sugestão. Na sequência da intervenção da doutora Socona, nossa secretária-geral, nós, de facto, a nível da nossa associação, devemos discutir os assuntos relacionados com as questões económicas e sociais e não devemos esperar a próxima Assembleia Geral, que é daqui a 2 anos. Poderá mesmo, portanto, a nossa associação, através da ORC, do Centro de Pesquisa Científica, ou algum dos países que se oferecer, organizar palestras sobre estes assuntos e gostaria que os provedores, quando houvesse mensagens, e-mails sobre essas questões, que dessem o seu contributo, porque muitas vezes nós pretendemos fazer qualquer reunião do comitê executivo e até para termos quórum é complicado. Mas se cada país der o seu contributo, não podemos esperar só a ORC, esse assunto poderá ser debatido ou via online ou via presencial. Quanto à última questão, eu gostaria de responder ao provedor do Togo. Já é nossa intenção, aliás, nós a nível da Provedoria de Justiça de Angola, temos coletâneas de todos os eventos que efetuamos. Semana de Provedor de Justiça, Dia Internacional de Provedor, Dia dos Direitos Humanos e outros que nós compilamos. E também a nossa intenção seria fazer a compilação das palestras. O que necessitamos é que, de facto, nos enviem as palestras. Porque alguns dos preletores falam sem nenhum texto e depois nós aguardamos as palestras, que seria um trabalho efetuado não só pela presidência da Gabinete da Presidente da Aoma, mas pelo Secretário-Geral e pela ORC. Deveríamos, de facto, ter uma coletânea, uma revista sobre esta Assembleia Geral que decorreu em Angola, com a compilação de todos os textos, palestras, discursos. Então, eu apelo a todos que já têm escrito que remetam estas palestras para o secretariado para podermos ter acesso e, tal como temos feito, vamos procurar traduzir, mas gostaríamos de pedir também o apoio de outros países para fazerem também as traduções. Nós, em Angola, logo que eu assumi a presidência da Aoma, nós criamos um grupo de apoio técnico à Aoma e temos jovens que traduzem francês, inglês, espanhol e até, se for necessário, mandarim. Só não temos ainda o árabe. Então, peço também o apoio de todos, porque reconhecemos que a cota que cada um deve contribuir, além de ser irrisória, ainda há o problema de todos não pagarem. Então, é de facto uma sugestão que eu coloco e que julgo que será útil nós, um dia, daqui a 10 anos, mesmo não estando aqui ou mais, podermos ter esse documento em português, francês e inglês, essa revista. Muito obrigado.
Any more takers before I close? Burundi.
Merci beaucoup de m'accorder la parole. Moi, c'est Aimé Laurentine Kanyana, ombudsman du Burundi. J'aimerais intervenir par rapport au rôle de l'ombudsman en matière de développement de nos pays. En fait, on a toujours observé dans nos pays qu'il y a des services qui sont privilégiés, les services sectoriels, le développement des infrastructures, le développement de la santé, tout ça. Mais on a toujours oublié de mettre un accent particulier sur les services des institutions qui font le suivi de la gouvernance, la protection des droits de l'homme, donc toutes nos missions. Et ils oublient que le travail des ombudsman, des médiateurs, c'est la fondation sur laquelle doivent s'élever les murs du développement de nos pays. Mais cela ne devrait pas nous décourager. On doit toujours avoir notre place. Et notre place ne nous sera pas offerte sur un plateau. On doit montrer que nous exerçons nos compétences de manière correcte et avec un bon et que nous servons d'exemple dans tout ce que nous faisons dans la gouvernance des institutions dont nous sommes responsables et aller alors contrôler les autres. Et dans ce que nous faisons dans le contrôle, même si on n'est pas bien reçu par ceux que nous contrôlons, on doit développer des stratégies qui nous permettent de coopérer qui nous permettent d'amener ceux que nous contrôlons à coopérer pour que nous puissions produire des rapports de qualité qui vont nous donner la crédibilité auprès de nos gouvernements. Cela est possible et dans mon pays, l'institution de l'ombudsman a failli être supprimée. Et puis, on s'est heurté au fait que c'est une institution qui est inscrite dans la Constitution et que la Constitution ne peut pas être revue du jour au lendemain. Alors, vu qu'il y avait cette intention, on a travaillé de manière à ce qu'on puisse montrer à la population burundaise et au gouvernement que l'institution reste toujours nécessaire. Cela est dû au fait que, comme l'a mentionné l'ombudsman celui qui a parlé de la contextualisation de nos institutions, le Tchad. Lorsqu'on parle d'ombudsman au Burundi, il y a très peu de gens qui peuvent comprendre ce que c'est l'institution. Mais l'institution existe depuis nos ancêtres, comme il l'a mentionné. Alors, j'ai essayé d'expliquer à l'Assemblée nationale que l'institution reste toujours nécessaire, que d'ailleurs, les membres du Parlement les responsables administratifs, tout le monde est ombudsman et tout le monde est ombudsman par nature et de par les fonctions qu'il exerce. Ce sont d'ailleurs eux qui sont ombudsman par excellence parce que le Parlement, les membres du Parlement doivent être toujours à proximité de la population pour écouter les doléances de la population et les rapporter au gouvernement directement. La mise en place de l'institution de l'ombudsman, c'est juste pour officialiser cette fonction, cette nécessité d'écouter régulièrement les doléances de la population. Donc, je voulais encourager tous les autres ombudsman, mes collègues ombudsman, soyez rassurés que l'institution de l'ombudsman devra exister tant que le monde restera un monde. L'administration, que ce soit dans les pays développés ou dans les pays en développement, dans les pays riches que dans les pays pauvres, elle ne deviendra jamais comme un paradis. Il y aura toujours nécessité de rapprocher la population et l'administration, mais tout dépendra de l'évolution de chaque pays en termes de développement, en termes de politique, de politique. Mais la forme que doit prendre chaque institution, c'est très important à débattre. C'est un sujet très important à débattre pour que nos populations, nos gouvernements puissent l'assimiler correctement, le comprendre et le respecter. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. That, I think, is the last intervention. I don't know that from the interventions, I don't think there's expectations that the floor responds. No, I don't think so. Unless if there are any other announcements. Any announcements before I close for the day? I see somebody carrying bags hiding behind that pillar. Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Merci. Je crois que notre collègue du Togo m'a interpellé pour que je dise si j'ai commencé cette réflexion et où est-ce que j'en suis. Moi, je suis un homme politique. Et donc, toute ma vision est politique. Et tous les problèmes que j'aborde, je les aborde sous l'angle politique. C'est pour ça que si on doit me suivre dans ce que je dis, on va aller très loin. Dès lors que nous sommes d'accord que cette notion d'ombudsman, on va y réfléchir, non pas pour lui donner une vision africaine, mais tout simplement pour lui donner tout ce qu'il doit apporter et être constant avec nous en Afrique. On a trop pris des choses d'ailleurs pour les plaquer chez nous et ça ne marche pas. C'est pas pour rien que beaucoup d'entre vous ici se plaignent, même si d'autres ne le disent pas, de ce que entre la réalité et ce qu'on fait, il y a un trou. On a créé des postes d'ombudsman, de médiateurs, tout ce que vous voulez, sans leur donner les moyens de leur existence. Ça veut dire quoi? Si on n'y croit pas, on ne crée pas. C'est pour cela que si on réfléchit au problème en le posant en termes africains pour aller aux sources et lui donner l'importance qu'il doit jouer, tout viendra automatiquement après. Mais nous ne sommes pas des sociétés éclatées et autres comme on le voit aujourd'hui. Jusqu'à nos indépendances, pour les pays en tout cas qui n'ont pas connu de guérilla, on a parfaitement fonctionné en toute symbiose, en toute intelligence. Les sociétés africaines sont des sociétés très structurées qui ont parfaitement réglé leurs problèmes sans aller copier ailleurs. C'est quand on a commencé à copier ailleurs que les problèmes sont venus. C'est ça notre problème. Il faut qu'on ait la capacité de reprendre toutes ces questions-là dans tous les domaines et on verra que une vision africaine de la vie va changer les choses en profondeur. C'est en fait ça mon propos. On ne peut pas dire que bon, j'ai commencé à réfléchir, voilà ce que j'ai proposé. Non, c'est une réflexion qui est commune. Quel que soit le pays que vous preniez, nous sommes tous les mêmes. On a, du point de vue de nos cultures, on connaît le même mode de fonctionnement. Nous avons des sociétés qui sont très stratifiées et très structurées. C'est la fameuse modernisation qui est venue remettre tout ça en cause pour que Banque mondiale, FMI et autres viennent s'imposer à nous pour casser nos cultures, pour casser nos équilibres et nous mettre dans la situation comme celle d'aujourd'hui où nous ne savons pas sur quel pied danser et dans quelle direction aller. Moi, je voudrais vous dire que pour ce qui nous concerne au Tchad, nous nous assumons complètement. Et nous faisons ce que beaucoup d'entre vous ne font pas. Parce que le Tchad est un des pays africains où subsiste encore la guerre. Nous vivons encore la guerre par les rébellions qui perdurent depuis une cinquantaine d'années. Et voilà un terrain sur lequel le médiateur peut trouver comment faire pour que son métier ou sa fonction prenne de l'ampleur. Nous, au Tchad, nous participons à l'extinction de plusieurs rébellions. Nous discutons avec des rebelles qui ne sont pas des enfants de cœur. C'est des gens qui sont très armés pour les ramener progressivement, et c'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire, à rejoindre la légalité pour participer au développement du pays. Ça, c'est une des fonctions que nous avons. Nous intervenons sur notre terrain où on va arrêter une grève qui va être très, très longue et méchante pour le pays, pour convaincre les grévistes de ne pas aller en grève, et ainsi de suite. Donc, j'ai pris deux extrêmes pour vous montrer comment est-ce qu'on peut intervenir ici et là. Nous avons des moyens peut-être pas suffisants pour le faire, mais nous faisons en sorte que nous nous en donnions les moyens parce que nous devons concevoir les choses de cette façon-là. Donc, il ne faut pas qu'on reste dans l'abstrait. Il faut qu'on soit dans le concret. Il faut qu'on participe au changement dans nos pays. Et tout notre gros problème que nous avons, c'est que globalement, on n'introduit pas le changement. On est peut-être dans les réformes et même pas. Et donc, le changement attendra. Et tant que le changement attendra, fondamentalement, on n'aura pas réglé les problèmes que nous avons. Donc, c'est dans cette perspective que moi, je dis que je voudrais vous inviter à réfléchir à la notion d'ombudsman dans nos pays respectifs pour voir comment, effectivement, comme l'a dit la dame tout à l'heure, on peut prouver que c'est une notion qui est crédible, utile et qui peut être parfaite. Merci. Parfaite dans le sens de parfaire. Merci beaucoup.
Oui, sur ce même sujet qui passionne, je crois que mon collègue médiateur du Tchad a pris l'exemple pour nous les francophones de la France. Mais aujourd'hui, la France a changé la domination des médiateurs pour appeler protecteurs des citoyens. Ils sont protecteurs des citoyens. Et j'ai été émerveillé quand on était en Afrique du Sud, où le président sud-africain lui-même s'est posé la question pour dire est-ce que les pays africains ne saisissent pas bien le mot ombudsman et médiateur, mais si on parlait que cette institution protège les citoyens de ce pays. Peut-être que les gouvernants peuvent mieux comprendre. Donc cette réflexion, je crois il faudrait que nous puissions l'approfondir. Surtout les pays où nous n'avons pas encore la compréhension totale de nos institutions. Merci.
Este foi então o ciclo de palestras reservado para esta manhã. Partilharam conhecimento conosco o digníssimo Provedor de Justiça do Tchad, Dr. C. Saleh Kebzab, o Dr. Alex Boutamba, assim é que está correto, Umbina, digníssimo Mediador da República do Gabão e tesoureiro adjunto da Aoma, e o Dr. Hani Ibrahim, excelentíssimo Secretário-Geral do Conselho Nacional para os Direitos Humanos do Egito, que fez-se presente via online. Vamos então dar continuidade ao momento de certificação. Eu convido novamente a Presidente da Aoma para este momento. Passo então a chamar as pessoas que serão certificadas. Tenho a honra de chamar a digníssima Secretária-Geral da Aoma e Protetora Pública da Zâmbia, doutora Caroline Sokone. Certificado de participação. Repito, certificado de participação. Tenho a honra de chamar a doutora Caroline Sokone, que é a digníssima Secretária-Geral da Aoma e Protetora Pública da Zâmbia. Chamo também a digníssima primeira Provedora de Justiça adjunta de Angola. Temos então a doutora Caroline Sokone, que recebe o seu certificado de participação das mãos da Presidente da Aoma, doutora Florbela Rocha Araújo. Podemos aplaudir? Tenho a honra de convidar também a digníssima primeira Provedora de Justiça adjunta da República de Angola, doutora Maria da Conceição Sango. A doutora que também vai receber das mãos da Presidente da Aoma o seu certificado de participação. Convido então o digníssimo Mediador do Gabão, Dr. Alex Mbina. Dr. Alex Mbina. Está aqui conosco. O digníssimo Mediador da República. Momento para a fotografia. Convido também o digníssimo Mediador da República do Tchad, Dr. C. Saleh Kebzabo, que também vai então receber o seu certificado de participação das mãos da Presidente da Aoma. E, finalmente, o digníssimo Provedor de Justiça da região de Lásio, Dr. Marino Fardel. Dr. Marino Fardel. Todos o nosso muito obrigado. Convido então os provedores de justiça a seguirem o protocolo para a deposição de coroa de flores no Memorial Antônio Agostinho Neto. Repito, convido convido os provedores de justiça para seguirem o protocolo para então fazermos a deposição de coroa de flores no Memorial Antônio Agostinho Neto. Primeiro vamos ao coffee break para podermos então repor as energias e descansarmos. E de seguida, sim, vamos ao... Certo, vou reforçar que para o memorial irão apenas os provedores que não conhecem o Memorial Antônio Agostinho Neto. Acreditamos que os demais foram o ano passado. Deixa-me frisar que o Memorial Antônio Agostinho Neto é um complexo histórico, cultural e científico localizado na capital, dedicado à vida e obra daquele que foi o primeiro presidente da República de Angola, Dr. Antônio Agostinho Neto. Neste memorial podemos encontrar um museu histórico com exposições sobre a luta de libertação nacional, documentos, objetos pessoais e registros da vida política e literária de Agostinho Neto. Então, vai valer a pena estar neste lugar. A todos, continuação de um bom dia. Eu peço o reforço do protocolo, por favor, o protocolo.
Eu agradeço mais uma vez a todos os preletores e moderadores por estas brilhantes palestras e mais uma vez dizer que só vão ao Memorial Agostinho Neto aqueles que não foram o ano passado ou não conhecem os provedores e moderadores. Mas antes poderão pescar qualquer coisa porque depois vamos almoçar então. Mas temos ainda algo para pescar, um lanchezinho. Interpretação não deu. Liberato, interpretação não deu. Podemos? Agora estão a ouvir? Estão a ouvir? Liberato, vem cá dizer. Diz que eu agradeço a todos mais uma vez pelas moderações e moderações e que só vão ao memorial aqueles que não conhecem o memorial. Provedores que não conhecem o memorial.
The Ombudsman would like to thank everyone. And before going to the memorial, we'll just eat something. Who are invited to go to the memorial are those one who didn't go last time and would like to know this memorial.
Mas antes de pescar qualquer coisa aí na sala.
But first, we will eat something really fast.
Antes não.
Oui, la médiatrice a dit que nous allons visiter le mémorial, mais avant, on va manger un peu. Lesquels qui connaissent le mémorial n'est pas besoin d'aller, seulement les personnes qui vont connaître pour la première fois. Os fotógrafos, por favor, vamos fazer uma fotografia com os preletores e mediadores agora deste painel.